Chapter 342. The monster from the Tsang family fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, there was an ear-piercing shriek in the air. Two spirit weapons rushed towards Ziqin with a terrifying, murderous intent. The spirit weapons were like two cold bolts of lightning. With extreme speed, they arrived in front of Ziqin in an instant. His figure flickered as he stepped on the 9 lightning flashes, leaving behind afterimages. Clang! Even the 9 lightning flashes was unable to dodge the attack of the spirit weapons. Afterimages were torn apart. At the same time, the spirit weapons slashed on the light screen, causing clanging sounds to ring out. Run! Increase the distance! Elder Hiroshi exclaimed. The light screen he was controlling was about to collapse. Ziqin was like a ray of light as he rushed forward. He no longer dodged and flew out of the town. Clang, clang. The clanging sounds continued as the spirit weapons turned into a ray of light and chased desperately. At the same time, in the sky, powerful energy surged as the Sky Warriors were enraged. They roared and shouted angrily. However, Ziqin was very slippery. He was like a fish and also like a ray of light. The two of them were helpless. Their speed couldn't be compared to the other party, and they were toyed around by the other party. That night, the town was destined to not be peaceful. The two Sky Warriors went completely berserk as they unleashed terrifying attacks. They were mad and didn't care about anything else. As the terrifying energy fell, many houses exploded and screams could be heard. Ziqin, come out if you dare. 2 hours later, in the sky, the two Sky Warriors' indignant voices could be heard. However, Ziqin was nowhere to be seen. That night, the town was very lively. Everyone was discussing Ziqin's incident. As for the Tsang family, it was undoubtedly another slap in the face. The third monster died, and the two Sky Warriors couldn't catch the other party. Early in the morning, the news spread out and caused a sensation. Many forces heard the news and sent Sky Warriors to chase after him. They swept through all the mountains and forests, but to no avail. The 3-day deadline was up. Ziqin appeared and even killed people from the major forces. However, no one could catch him. Now, even the major forces didn't know what to say. However, this matter was clearly not over yet. Since Ziqin had made an appearance, it was obvious that he was going to make a high-profile appearance. On the second night, another force was massacred. Once again, it was Ziqin who acted decisively and ruthlessly. Other than Yukong, there were no survivors. After killing all the true element realm cultivators, he turned around and left, not wanting to get entangled with Yukong. Yukong felt helpless as he watched Ziqin escape. His speed couldn't be compared to Ziqin's, and his spirit weapon couldn't kill Ziqin in one strike. He could only let out an indignant roar. The same thing happened on the third day. This time, it was the Chu clan that suffered. The dignity of the Chu clan could not be violated, but whenever they encountered Ziqin, it seemed that the Chu clan would suffer losses. Their dignity was violated again and again. For 3 days in a row, Ziqin caused a huge commotion. The true energy realm experts of the Tsang, Li and Chu families were all slaughtered by Ziqin. This caused a huge sensation. Humph, weren't you all arrogant? You slaughtered the Lin clan? Then let's continue. The Gun clan will be next. On the same day, Ziqin announced, the true energy realm experts of the 3 forces were all on tenterhooks. Yukong guarded the surroundings, but Ziqin still managed to find a loophole. As for the Gun clan, they also made ample preparations after hearing the news. They set a trap for Ziqin and waited for him to take the bait. As for the true energy realm cultivators of the Gun clan, they didn't dare to rest at night. They were all on high alert. They were equivalent to cannon fodder. No one cared about their lives. Ziqin's arrogant and domineering words shocked and excited everyone. Everyone was paying attention to this matter. Many rogue cultivators were also staring at the Gun clan, wanting to see how Ziqin would slaughter a group of true energy realm cultivators. Everyone was looking forward to the battle at night. However, the cultivators of the Gung clan didn't notice anything unusual. Zichen didn't show up either. It turned out that it was just a joke. After waiting for an entire night, Zichen still didn't show up. Everyone sighed in disappointment. However, they could understand why. The Gung clan obviously set a trap for Zichen. Dozens of Yukong cultivators were hiding in the dark. Naturally, he wasn't that stupid. Zichen, you're too arrogant. You didn't show up. You're just bragging. Come if you can. We'll wait for you. The next day, a group of True Energy Realm cultivators braced themselves and clamored. Do you think I'm an idiot? Only an idiot would make a move with so many Yukong cultivators guarding there, Zichen replied again. Without a doubt, the place where his voice came from became scorched earth. It was destroyed through the air, and 3 feet of the ground was destroyed. It was a complete mess. Zichen, if you don't care about Lin Shue's life, you can continue to hide. But for every day you hide, we'll take one of her things. Let's see how long you can hide. I'll see you try. The two sides went back and forth, engaging in a war of words to stall for time. The Godly Slayer Pavilion didn't say anything. They were happy to see this. Meanwhile, the major factions kept pressuring Zichen so that Zichen wouldn't dare to show up. At least they had earned back some face. Meanwhile, Zichen was waiting for them to get some materials. During this time, he went to look for Lu Qin. After confirming that Lin Shue's life wasn't in danger, he was relieved. He only appeared once every 2 or 3 days. Each time, his figure would disappear in a flash. The group of Yukong cultivators would chase after him and then find him. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. It was like a game of hide and seek. Zichen, we've got the materials. The major factions gradually lost their patience and were ready to teach Zichen a lesson. At this time, Wang Qiong and the others finally arrived. They had gathered all the materials they could find. The materials you want are truly frightening. Even the elders have been alerted. You have to put in a bit of effort and do something big to create a real commotion. Wu Mo, who had always been lazy and carefree, was serious for once today. His hand flashed, and a large pile of materials appeared. All of them were used for formations. They flashed with colorful lights and were dazzling. Not bad. Elder Mo appeared. Looking at the materials, he nodded and said, If it couldn't create a sensation, I wouldn't be willing. Such an arrogant guy must pay the price for his arrogance. Xian said that you must live. Wang Qiong didn't say much. After taking out the materials, he stared at Zichen for a long time before saying this. He was sick of Zichen and couldn't be bothered with him. If it wasn't for Wang Xian, or his repeated reminders, he wouldn't have bothered with Zichen. I will live, and I will live well. Thank her for her help during this period of time. Tell her to wait for me, and I will marry her. Zichen nodded solemnly. However, Wang Qiong's expression changed and his eyes flashed. He wanted to slap him to death, but he didn't say anything in the end. Little Butterball, do you have any instructions? Zichen looked at Lu Qin. Lu Qin shook his head and said, I don't, but the family does. They want Lin Shue to stay in Yongqi City. They asked me to ask you and listen to your opinion. In the last battle, the Lin family was almost wiped out. Other than Zichen, no one could make decisions for Lin Shue. Zichen stared at Lu Qin. Don't misunderstand. They just want her to stay in Yongqi City. Lu Qin hurriedly explained. This matter is over. It's up to her. If she's willing, I won't object. Zichen said. That's great. Lu Qin was very excited and took out many materials. It seemed that the Lu family was very attentive. Do you need us to do anything else? No need. It's not good for you to show yourselves. Leave the rest to us. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. After disappearing for a long time, Zichen appeared again that night. Like a ghost, he snuck into the Gung family's residence and started a massacre. All the Gung family's true energy realm cultivators were killed. It was a close call, but Zichen managed to evade the pursuit of the Imperial Air Master and finally left. At this point, the four forces were all massacred by Zichen. Zichen, if you don't show up in the last 3 days, don't blame us for being impolite to Lin Shui. The major powers were enraged, and this repeated over and over again. Zichen had already lived for more than a month, and he had also killed many of their people. They didn't want to play anymore. The people of the Godly Slaughter Pavilion also lost their patience after seeing Su Long not appear. Only by killing Zichen and forcing Zichen into a corner could Su Long appear. At the same time, Elder Hiroshi also refined the things that Zichen needed after consuming a lot of blue spirit grass. "Where are you going to set up the battlefield?" Elder Hiroshi asked. "Beheading Valley." Beheading Valley was the place where the major forces killed rogue cultivators. For many years, this ending had not changed. Zichen planned to change everything here. "All right then." Elder Hiroshi nodded. Then he asked Lu Peng to bring the Tai Chi diagram to Beheading Valley to set up the array. On the same day, Zichen appeared in Songli City. This time he didn't change his appearance. It was his real body. Zichen. Seeing the familiar cultivator next to him, someone exclaimed. Zichen turned his head and smiled at the other party. "Ah." The other party screamed as if he had seen a ghost and ran away. At the same time, more people saw Zichen. "Zichen, it's Zichen. He showed up. It's really him. Oh my God, I didn't expect him to really show up." Everyone was talking about it in shock. Zichen's appearance was the first thing that the major forces got the news and rushed over. Many experts came from all directions. Zichen held a purple golden gourd in his hand. It used to be filled with Xing Chen's sand, which could destroy space. Everyone guessed that Xing Chen's sand was gone, but no one was willing to try. Zichen had only been in Songli City for a brief moment. That was the territory of the Songli and Songli clans. Although Lu Chen had promised that there wouldn't be any ancestor-level cultivators, it was still possible that the other party was bored and could kill him with a cough. More experts appeared and headed towards Zichen. Cold light surged and flickered. One by one, they arrived in the air and followed Zichen. At this moment, many forces arrived in the sky. Even Wang Jinwei and the others arrived one after another. They weren't that extreme. They just followed from afar. "Surround him, but don't kill him," Tan Fong of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion said. Behind Zichen, there were many strong cultivators. They were all flying in the air. Their killing intent was boiling, but they did not attack. On the ground, there was a group of true energy realm cultivators. They were bold and followed Zichen closely. At the same time, more cultivators from the major forces came from all directions to surround Zichen. Zichen finally arrived at the Beheading Valley. Chapter 343. In the Jianying Valley, Old Amo and the others had already arrived. Moreover, they spent a few days to carry out a series of arrangements. They were extremely meticulous. All right, the initial stage of the 10-direction Nirvana formation has been completed. Next, only the most important formation flags are left. The Jianying Valley was already densely packed with materials. They were all arranged according to the method of the 10-direction Nirvana formation. They had been specially refined to form runes, and energy was constantly circulating. Old MO, you're playing a big game. With such a formation, once its power is fully unleashed, it might even kill a sect master. LV Peng was very surprised. In the past few days he had learned a lot from Old Amo, and his attainments in formations had improved. Of course I'm playing a big game. 10,000 years ago, the Wuji sect dominated the southern region. 10,000 years later, even if the Wuji sect is gone, I won't let anyone bully my only successor, let alone some monkeys. Old Amo stretched out his hand, and light surged in his palm. Large flags appeared one after another. These were all formation flags. They were shining brightly with runes flowing on their surface. There were 81 of them, and they surrounded old Mo. This was LV Peng's inheritance from Run Tuesday. Each formation flag was a priceless treasure, more precious than Ma Yanqing's formation flags. If Ma Yanqing saw that LV Peng had 81 of them, he would probably do everything he could to snatch them. Buzz. The formation flags trembled, releasing endless light. With a shake of old Mo's hand, they flew into the air. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out. The formation flags seemed to be inserted into the void, standing there firmly, motionless. Light flashed and runes flowed. Clang! Clang! Old Mo's hands flashed, and formation flags flew out one after another. More and more formation flags stood in the void, shining brightly. They were connected to the formation materials in the Jianning Valley, and they complemented each other. When all 80 formation flags were fixed in the air, the entire formation flag seemed to be connected into a pattern. Even the formation materials were integrated into one. The entire Jianning Valley seemed to have become a main body, completely integrated. The formation flags, materials, and the valley all became one. Inside, a powerful energy flowed and lay dormant. Even though Zhang Haotian and Nie Tian knew nothing about formations, they could still sense the terrifying aura surging within the formation flags. Their expressions changed greatly, and they became even more wary of this formation master. If one flew into such a large formation, they would definitely die. Just one more flag. As long as it stands in the air, the 10-directional Nirvana formation will be complete. Elder Mo's eyes were sharp as he put away the last flag. At the same time, he sent out a burst of energy. All the formation flags in the sky began to emit a misty light. The entire formation was activated and began to operate. However, the most important formation flag was missing. In the next moment, the misty light faded, and all the formation flags concealed themselves. It was as if they had merged with the void and disappeared. On the ground, the materials that covered the entire heroic beheading valley also disappeared, and the heroic beheading valley returned to its original state. If the array formation was not activated, one would not be able to tell that there was a peerless array formation inside. Elder Mo, we're leaving. Take care. LV Peng took out the Taiji diagram and placed it on the ground. Elder Mo, take care. Nie Tian and Zhang Haotian also said. Then, the three of them flew into the distance, leaving the heroic beheading valley. This was a battle of the 10-directional Nirvana formation. They did not have the strength to participate, so they could only leave. It would not be long before this place turned into an Azura hell. The same goes for you kids. Take care of yourselves. I have high hopes for all of you. Your future lies outside, not in this tiny place, Elder Mo said with a smile. His figure flashed as he entered the Taiji diagram. Then, the Taiji diagram emitted rays of light and hid in the void. After doing all this, not long after, Zichen appeared. Behind him, many experts from the major forces followed, and killing intent filled the air. Boundless killing intent almost materialized and pierced through the sky. If it were not for the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion's people, Zichen would have been torn apart in an instant. Zichen, you've really calculated well. You've even chosen the place of death. Heroic Beheading Valley, you really think you're a hero. No one attacked, but there were many people who mocked him. It's not an exaggeration to call him a hero after killing so many monsters and offending so many major forces. This heroic Beheading Valley is obviously prepared for heroes like him. Since ancient times, no one who offended our major forces could survive. This time is no exception. No matter how strong you are, no matter how terrifying you are, you'll definitely die. Many true energy realm cultivators mocked. With Yukong around, they were fearless. Do you really think you're going to kill me? Zichen stood in the middle of the valley and looked around with cold eyes. What? At this point, do you think a miracle will happen? Everyone sneered. Let me tell you, Even if Sulong is here, he won't be able to save you today. Today is the day you die. There won't be any miracles. Experts arrived one after another. They either stood in the air or stood in the distance. In short, they filled the entire valley. However, not all the experts had arrived. From time to time, someone would appear in the distance. Should we go and take a look? A cultivator from the Lu family asked. Beside him, Lu Mingyong, Wang Jinwei, Qi Qingqiu, and the others were all there, watching silently. No need. Lu Mingyong shook his head. He had received orders from his family not to interfere in today's matter and not to follow. He just had to stand in the distance. Although Lu Mingyong didn't understand what it meant, he could only do as he was told. At the same time, the other three forces didn't move either. In the heroic beheading valley, the atmosphere became very oppressive. Many murderous intents gathered together and almost materialized. It made one's scalp tingle. Ziqin stood in the valley and glanced at everyone. He wasn't afraid at all, as if he didn't notice the murderous intents. Kid, I hate your expression. You're about to die, but you're still so arrogant. A cultivator spoke in the air with a cold voice. At the same time, he stepped in the air and rippled the space. He pointed at Ziqin. Swoosh! The sword Qi attacked. It was very sharp, like a ray of light, but Ziqin's figure flashed, and the 9 lightning flashes appeared, easily dodging it. You still dare to dodge? How dare you? Yu Tian was furious. Waves of energy surged, and a terrifying aura descended, causing Ziqin to retreat. That's more like it. Yu Tian sneered. He was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Ziqin's eyes flashed coldly, but he held it in. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Even if he couldn't catch a big fish, he wanted to catch some small fish. The Yukong in front of him had obviously just stepped into this realm not long ago. Ziqin had killed too many Yukongs. He no longer cared about people like this. He wanted to catch a big fish, an existence like Wang Jinwei. Only by killing those who had the potential to break through to the ancestral master realm could he make the major forces feel pity. The news of Ziqin being surrounded and killed in the heroic beheading valley spread out instantly, causing an uproar in the southern region. This was deliberately done by the assassin pavilion to lure Sulong out. Ziqin was surrounded by dozens of zephyrs and was surrounded by experts from all directions. Ziqin was in danger. Those who were paying attention to Ziqin's situation were worried for Ziqin. They sighed in their hearts. Was a monster going to fall like this? Obviously, they didn't think that there would be a miracle. Boom! Yu Tian didn't dare to kill, but it didn't mean that he didn't dare to attack. At this moment, several Yu Tians attacked. Ziqin's figure flashed like a phantom, but he was still hit by the energy and he coughed out blood. His face was pale and he retreated again. Haha, aren't you very strong? The unparalleled monster? Why are you scared now? Come on. What monster? He's just trash. Such a person only dares to be arrogant in front of us. In front of the Yu Tians, he's nothing. Many cultivators took to the air to attack, and their attacks were swift and fierce. Although they could not kill Ziqin, they could still injure him. Not far away, a group of true energy boundary cultivators were mocking him. How powerful Ziqin had been back then, and how much shock and fear he had brought to them, was how harsh and humiliating they would be today. Puff! Ziqin coughed out blood again. His face was pale, but his eyes were calm. But such a look in the eyes of others was despair and helplessness. Scary, scary. Ziqin is really going to play big. Is he going to kill everyone in the major forces? There are more than 60 Utians, and he still wants to wait. Is he waiting for the master-level cultivators to come? Ziqin was humiliated, but he kept enduring. This made Wu Mo and the others' faces change. They secretly thought that Ziqin was scary. They swore in their hearts that they would never be enemies with Ziqin. More and more Utians gathered in the Jianying Valley, and there were already more than 60 of them. As for the true energy realm cultivators, there were even more. Each force sent out more than 10 Utians, which was absolutely terrifying. Even among the major forces, the number of Utians was not that many. It was already good for each force to have dozens of them. Those who appeared this time, plus those who died before, almost half of them had appeared. This was a terrifying number. If half of the Utians were to die here, it was equivalent to reducing the strength of the major forces by 50%. Are you guys enough? Almost everyone had arrived. Among them, there were many who were at the same level as Wang Jinwei. Zi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the sky. What? A Yu Tian sneered, and a strong aura surged around him. This was a powerhouse who was at the same level as Wang Jinwei. He was about to break through to the master level. When he saw Wang Jinwei, he snorted coldly. Just now, he even injured Zi Chen with a single blow. I said that's enough. So many of you against me. Don't you feel shameless? Zi Chen asked coldly. Humph, shameless. You're just an ant. What right do you have to talk about shamelessness in front of us? Another Yu Tian sneered. Ant Zi Chen sneered. If I'm an ant, then what are you? A high and mighty god? For someone like you, who I can crush with a finger, I'm a god and you're an ant. Yu Tian said proudly. That's right. I can kill a chicken or a dog with a single blow. If we're not gods, then what are we? Another Yu Tian said. Zi Chen sneered, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Gods? Very well. Today, I'll show you who's the real god. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the entire Zhenying Valley went berserk. Array flags appeared one after another, emitting a terrifying aura. There were a total of 80 flags, covering the sky and covering the entire Zhenying Valley. Chapter 344. The Grand Formation activated, and killing intent surged. Rays of light fell from the 80 formation flags, connecting with the entire Zhenying Valley. Of all the factions that had arrived, other than those that were watching from afar, the rest were surrounded by the Grand Formation. Light flashed, and a hazy light appeared. Terrifying killing intent spread. Outside, everyone cried out in alarm. No one knew what had happened. Why had the Zhenying Valley suddenly disappeared? The valley had suddenly become hazy, and they couldn't see anything. It was as if a layer of mist had blocked it. Elder Hiroshi appeared, his eyes flashing coldly. He fixed the last flag in the air. At this moment, an even more terrifying killing intent filled the air. The Zhenying Valley became gloomy, and the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard, making people's hearts tremble. The entire Zhenying Valley had disappeared. There was only a single grand formation that emitted a terrifying aura. There were formation flags in the sky and materials on the ground. They resonated with each other, forming the 10-directional Nirvana formation. The Zhenying Valley had disappeared, and this place had become hazy. Feeling the terrifying killing intent surging in the surroundings, Yukong's expression changed. This is the thing that will knock you off your pedestal. Under the activation of the formation, Zi Chen was floating in the air. Golden light surged around him, and golden lightning wreaked havoc. Yukong, you've broken through to Yukong. Everyone was in disbelief. Below, the true energy realm cultivators' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Zi Chen had actually levitated into the air, as if he was standing in midair. Zi Chen didn't pay attention to them. He couldn't be bothered to explain. These true energy boundary cultivators were cannon fodder, ants. Within the 10-directional Nirvana formation, he could kill them with a single thought. Here he was a true god. His gaze swept across and landed on Yukong, who had called himself a god. Zi Chen coldly said, "Aren't you a god? Today, I'll let you see what a real god is." He stood in the air, golden light surging around him. Golden lightning revolved around his body, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. Go die! The killing intent in the surroundings made Yukong feel danger. He took the initiative to charge at Zichin. A terrifying aura surged, and killing intent filled the surroundings. Boom! He unleashed a powerful attack. A mountain-toppling and ocean-overturning energy surged towards Zichin, causing the void to tremble. In my eyes, you are the ant and I am the god. Today, I will betray you and die. Zichen's voice was cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. In the next moment, he pointed a finger at Yuzong, who was flying toward him at high speed. It was as if his words were the law. Above his head, a formation flag flashed and shot out a beam of obliterating light, like a divine thunder that could destroy the world. Boom! With a loud rumble, the heavens and earth trembled as the divine thunder of annihilation descended. First, it destroyed Yukong's attack, then it struck Yukong's body. The destructive aura rippled continuously. With such a powerful attack, Yukong didn't even have time to scream before he fell from the sky. One of them died in midair. A single strike killed a Zephyr warrior. Everyone's expression changed. Zichin stood in the air under the 81 array flags. Cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he looked like a real god. Everyone's expression changed and felt a chill in their hearts. Zichin didn't use the Xingqian sand and killed Yukong with a single strike. Panic spread in the hearts of the true energy realm cultivators. If even Yukong was killed in a single strike, wouldn't it be easier to kill them? Zichin glanced around and looked at a cultivator in the sky. He then said coldly, "Aren't you killing me as easy as killing a chicken? Today, I will show you what it means to be a chicken or a dog. Die." As the cold words fell, the brilliance on the array flags flowed again. A terrifying murderous intent surged, and a destructive energy fell. No, Yukong was terrified and screamed. The energy around him surged, and light appeared under his feet. He dodged to the side. At the same time, he unleashed more energy attacks, trying to block the attack. The spirit weapon was trembling, and an unparalleled power was displayed. It flew forward, causing the space to tremble. However, it was futile. All the resistance was futile. Such a powerful attack was unstoppable, destroying everything in its path. All the attacks that came in contact with the destruction energy exploded. At the same time, the destruction energy landed on Yukong's body. A miracle did not happen. Yukong could not block the attack and died. The spirit weapon trembled in the air for a few times before it lost all its spiritual energy and fell from the sky. The surroundings were dead silent. Yukong, who was arrogant before, was now shocked. They were all silent, and a chill ran down their spines. Zichin stood in the air, and golden light flashed around him. He was like a real god, judging everything. With a single sentence, one of Yukong died. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, not knowing what to do. Swoosh! A brilliance flashed, and the void trembled. A sword light appeared, carrying a chilling aura, and rushed towards Zichen's forehead. Yukong, the assassin of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, merged into the void and suddenly appeared, striking a sure-kill attack. Humph! Zichin stood in the air without any reaction. However, Elder Hiroshi snorted coldly. With a wave of his hands, light flowed on the array flag, and another terrifying aura fell. Boom! The assassin of Yukong, along with his weapon, was killed in one strike. He died and fell from the sky. Another person died, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Swoosh! Swoosh! The void trembled again, and two assassins appeared one after another, one on the left and one on the right. They charged towards Zichin, and within the sharp sword chi, there was a bone-piercing, killing intent. Boom! Boom! This was the 10-directional Nirvana formation, and it was controlled by Elder Hiroshi. Nothing in the formation could escape his senses. With a wave of his hands, 2 terrifying auras fell, and another 2 assassins died. There were no miracles here, only massacres and destruction. Kill! Everyone go all out and kill Zichin quickly. Finally, one of the assassins spoke. His voice was cold, and he wanted to kill Zichen first. Swoosh, swoosh. Light flashed continuously, and killing intent filled the air. One by one, the assassins woke up and charged towards Zichen. In an instant, dozens of them attacked, and a powerful aura swept through the space. Boom! Dozens of them attacked. An entire formation went berserk. The formation began to tremble, and more light flowed on the array flag. Dozens of attacks fell on Zichen, and like the impact of meteorites, a destructive aura burst out. The place where Zichen was standing instantly turned into nothingness. Everything was destroyed. Even the void was shattered, and no one thought that Zichen could still be alive. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Elder Hiroshi, activate the formation. Kill without mercy. Zichen's figure had unknowingly appeared beside Elder Hiroshi. Elder Hiroshi's hands moved, and a seal was formed again. The entire formation shook, and the array flag began to rotate. Then, a powerful energy appeared, and the 10-directional Nirvana formation was completely activated. Damn it, this is the 10-directional Nirvana formation. A voice rang out from the crowd, filled with fear and shock. It was Ma Yanqing. He had also come. He originally came to join in on the fun, to see if he could gain any advantages. But he never would have thought that he would enter such a supreme killing formation. He felt that this place was very strange before, but he did not realize that this was a formation. Now that the formation was activated, he reacted. The 10-directional Nirvana formation represents 10 directions of Nirvana. No one will survive. It's over. Everyone will die. Ma Yanqing's face was pale, and his eyes were full of despair. Boom! The formation went berserk, and everything became chaotic. The assassins kept attacking Zichen, and the formation was activated. A powerful energy flowed, and light flashed, obliterating everything. Boom! The formation was activated, and a terrifying aura appeared. One of the assassins did not even have time to scream before he was turned into ashes. Even his spiritual weapon was destroyed. Above the formation, light flowed, and a light curtain fell, emitting a terrifying aura. As the light curtain swept, more than a dozen true energy realm cultivators were cut into pieces by the light curtain. This was a terrifying scene. The 10-directional Nirvana formation represented 10 directions of Nirvana. No one would survive. Help! Help! Zichen, let us go! Screams and cries for help rang out continuously. All sorts of mournful roars of despair resounded in their hearts. But it was useless. The light curtain kept falling, like a sharp blade cutting everything. Even spiritual weapons could not block it, let alone refined weapons. Broken limbs were constantly thrown. Blood flowed, and the smell of blood filled the air. This was simply a massacre. When the light curtain fell, no one could survive. Swoosh! A large piece of light fell, and the true energy realm cultivators died one by one. No one had a whole body. Boom! The formation was activated, and one of the assassins was hit and fell to the ground. On this day, Jianing Valley was stained with blood, and broken limbs were everywhere. Zichen's figure flickered, dodging powerful attacks. At the same time, he wandered around the true energy realm cultivators, slaughtering them one by one. Puff! In his hand, the silver spear had turned blood red, and wherever it passed, corpses were left behind. Break the formation first, don't kill Zichen. In this formation, he can't die. Ma Yanqing's shout was drowned out by many energy explosions. At this moment, all the assassins went crazy and kept attacking. Some attacked Zichen, but more attacked Elder Hiroshi, because he was the one controlling the formation. Boom! Another beam of energy descended, obliterating everything. A sovereign-level expert comparable to Wang, Jinwei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Boom! The energy fell again, and after 3 consecutive times, the master died. During this time, Elder Hiroshi's figure flickered, as if teleporting and dodging the attacks of spiritual weapons. No one could stop him. He was the real god in the formation. Even a master at the pinnacle of the Zephyr Realm died. At this moment, panic spread in the air. Break the formation first. Don't kill Zichen. It was also at this moment Ma Yanqing's voice sounded like rolling thunder, causing the crowd to shake. It's a master. Array master. We have a master here as well. Seeing Ma Yanqing, everyone seemed to see hope, and their eyes lit up. This is the 10-direction Nirvana formation. Only force can break it. Now, use your strongest attack and break the formation with all your strength, Ma Yanqing shouted. Boom! A terrifying aura fell, pointing directly at Ma Yanqing. The latter's face changed drastically, and runes flashed around his body as he dodged to the side. Puff! Under the attack, he coughed up blood, but he dodged the killing blow. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Break the formation, quickly." Chapter 345. The Brilliance fell, carrying a terrifying murderous intent, heading straight for Ma Yanqing. The latter's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. The runes around his body flickered continuously, trying to block this attack. Puff! He coughed up blood and retreated quickly. The runes around his body were all scattered, but he was still alive. Break for me! Ma Yanqing's face turned red as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. There was a brilliance flowing in the essence blood, and the light condensed in the air without dissipating. Ma Yanqing's hands moved, and a mysterious rune appeared. With the essence blood as a guide, it formed a mysterious array diagram, surging with a terrifying aura, rushing into the sky. Ma Yanqing followed, closely behind the array diagram, wanting to use it to rush out of the array. You're courting death. Elder Emo spoke for the first time, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He knew that this person's attainments in array formation were not high, but his temper was comparable to a master's. The array flag trembled again, and a bright light illuminated the entire array. Then a brilliance fell, causing the void to tremble. Boom! The array diagram that Ma Yanqing drew with his essence blood instantly exploded. Then the brilliance fell and shrouded Ma Yanqing. Ah! The array master of a generation let out a scream, and then disappeared as the brilliance disappeared. He was beaten into ashes. Rumble. The array was completely activated, and the array flag and the materials merged into one, emitting a brilliant light. Bursts of thunder sounded, annihilating all murderous intent. Elder Emo stood in the air, his figure constantly flashing, dodging one attack after another. The array was obliterating vitality. The 81 array flags rotated in the air, and thousands of rays of light fell like sharp blades, cutting everything. Puff! Puff! The true energy realm cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they were cut by the light curtain. If they could rely on their own strength to avoid the light curtain's attack, then the true energy realm cultivators would be slaughtered. There was no way to resist at all. In a short moment, almost 90% of the true energy realm cultivators were killed, and the remaining 10% would die sooner or later. Zichen, you're a demon. You'll die a horrible death. Such inhumanity, you'll be struck by lightning. The remaining true energy realm cultivators kept cursing. Their words were vicious and terrified. If you kill me, you'll be following the will of the heavens. If I kill you, I'll be struck by lightning. What kind of logic is that? Zichen's body flickered with light, matching the brilliance of the grand formation. The ancient weapon in his hand was dyed red with blood. His killing intent was boundless as he killed the cultivators who were lucky enough to avoid the light screen. Pooh! Zichen was merciless in his attacks, transforming into a beam of light. In just a few breaths of time, the remaining true energy stage cultivators were slaughtered. At this point, all the true energy realm cultivators were dead. Hundreds of them had died, their blood flowing like a river, broken limbs piled up like a mountain. The valley was stained with blood. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The remaining Imperial air cultivators were all displaying their ferocious attacks, attacking the Great Formation, using brute force to overcome brute force. Swoosh! A beam of light fell from the sky. Terrifying killing intent surged like a sharp blade, cutting open the body of one of the warriors in the air. Boom! The formation was activated, triggering the sound of thunder, and all directions were silenced. This time, Elder Mo used all his strength. All kinds of materials bloomed with light. Among them, tens of thousands of primordial stones were consumed in an instant. The entire Great Formation went completely berserk. The true all-direction silencing had arrived, obliterating all life. Pum! One of the Imperial air cultivator's body suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist and dissipating. Blood rain floated between heaven and earth. Pooh! A beam of light flashed, and another Imperial air cultivator's body was torn apart, dying an unnatural death. The all-direction silencing was fully displayed at this moment. No matter where one was in the formation, as long as one was swept by the light, their body would explode in the next moment. No one could block such a terrifying attack. Even those at the peak of the Imperial air realm were killed. Arg! Screams continued to sound as the Imperial air cultivators died one after another. Go to hell! One of the Imperial air cultivators gritted his teeth. His body was covered in blood, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After resisting the attack of two beams of light, he charged towards Zichin. Swoosh! Zichin used the fastest speed in the world to dodge. Pooh! Another beam of light fell, and the powerful Imperial air cultivator who blocked two beams of light died. Pum! The light fell, and the Imperial air cultivators were being obliterated. Broken limbs were everywhere, and it was a tragedy in the human world. Boom! An ancient mirror flew up, flashing with light and rippling. This was a forbidden weapon, and it was controlled by someone at the peak of the Imperial air realm. Powerful fluctuations spread out. After one blow, the forbidden weapon exploded. An attack equivalent to the level of a Grandmaster appeared, and the energy that could destroy heaven and earth filled the world as it began to bombard the formation. Boom! Forbidden weapons came one after another. At this moment, none of them dared to hold back. The price of holding back was death. Pooh! The Great Formation began to ripple, and tens of thousands of vitality stones exploded. The energy was absorbed, and the light fell, and the killing intent was dense. One of the Imperial air cultivators was obliterated. There were more than 60 Imperial air cultivators, and after the slaughter of the formation, there were less than 20 left, and all of them were injured. They were all very powerful. They were either at the late stage of the Zephyr Realm or at the peak of the Zephyr Realm, but they couldn't do anything to a little guy at the true energy realm. In the formation, Zichen was invincible. After more than a dozen people paid the price with their lives, they came to this conclusion. At this moment, they could only break the formation with force. Boom! The light fell and another person died. All of the Imperial air cultivators trembled in their hearts, and then they continued to break the formation. At this moment, forbidden weapons appeared one after another as if they were free, and every time they appeared, they would unleash their strongest attack and then explode. And this attack was a Grandmaster level attack. Boom! The Great Formation was violently impacted, and the formation flags began to tremble. The materials began to disappear, and the 10-sided Nirvana formation began to weaken. Continue. All of the Imperial air cultivators seemed to have seen hope, and once again increased the strength of their attacks. The Great Formation rippled even more violently, and the formation flags trembled even faster. Once the forbidden weapons appeared, it was equivalent to a Grandmaster level attack. Qin, the Great Formation can't hold on for much longer, Elder Emo warned. Kill as many as you can. Qin's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The appearance of the Great Formation enveloped the entire Jianning Valley, making it hazy and making it impossible for people to see what was happening inside. Boom! Boom! Only the sound of tremors told of the fierce battle in the Jianning Valley. This is a formation. Qin actually set up a formation here. Everyone was shocked. So what if there is a formation? There are so many Imperial Air cultivators here, and the formation can't kill them. Qin will definitely die. That's not necessarily true. Qin deliberately brought everyone here, which means that he is fully prepared. This time he might really be able to survive. Don't forget the Formation Master, Ma Yanqing, is also here. With him here, there is no great formation in the world that can't be broken. As time passed, the Great Formation had already lasted for a quarter of an hour, and the rumbling sound still did not stop. Instead, the tremors became more intense. No one has broken the formation yet. Everyone's expression changed. Even those who thought that Qin would definitely die were shocked at this moment. One had to know that there were dozens of Imperial Air cultivators who were enveloped by the formation. What kind of formation could trap them? Boom! There was an explosion, and a terrible murderous intent filled the air. Finally, a loud sound that could destroy heaven and earth resounded through the sky, and the misty formation was broken. The Jianning Valley appeared. In the middle of the valley, there were less than 10 people left. After that, there was a scene of corpses and a sea of blood. It was very terrifying. The green mountain peak was dyed red by endless blood, emitting a strong, murderous aura. In the middle of the valley, broken limbs were everywhere, and it was difficult to find a complete corpse. It was simply a tragedy. What? Everyone's expression changed, and their faces were full of shock. They never thought that it would be such an ending. Of the dozens of Imperial Air cultivators, less than 10 were alive, and all of them were injured. Hundreds of true energy cultivators. None of them were alive. Looking at Qin again, there was not a single wound on his body, and his clothes were clean and spotless. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Wu Emo was tongue-tied and could not say a word. He thought to himself, this is too big of a gamble. No one spoke, and there was a dead silence between heaven and earth. Only the breathing of the surviving Imperial Air cultivators reverberated in the air. Now, do you still dare to call yourselves gods? The formation disappeared, and Qin landed. He looked up at Imperial Air and said coldly, "If we can kill you easily, we are gods." Imperial Air survived. The Jianning Valley recovered, and the formation was broken. Qin was a true energy cultivator, and he had no more trump cards, so they were naturally not afraid. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Can't these corpses teach you the lesson you deserve? Qin sneered. Brat, cut the crap. You should be proud of yourself for killing so many of us. However, that's all. Killing intent flashed in Yukong's eyes as he shouted, "Now everything has ended. Go and die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took to the air and charged toward Qin. Killing him in one blow is too easy for him. We have to cut him into pieces. The other Imperial Air cultivators also rushed up. Many Imperial Air cultivators came, but Qin did not dodge. His eyes were calm, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, he released his aura. He was at the peak of the 5th firmament of true energy, and was about to break through to the 6th firmament. Buzz! The void trembled, and a destructive aura appeared. The sky was clear, and suddenly a bolt of lightning rushed down. Qin's thunder tribulation had arrived. At the same time, an inexplicable energy appeared in the sky, enveloping several Imperial Air cultivators who were rushing over. The moment this energy appeared, several Imperial Air cultivators turned pale, and could not help but cry out in alarm. Thunder tribulation. As soon as the words fell, the world lost its color, and the clear sky suddenly rolled up black clouds, covering an area of hundreds of miles. At the same time, an inexplicable heavenly might shrouded down. Run. Wang Jinwei was the first to sense that something was wrong, and his face changed drastically. His figure flashed, and he was thousands of meters away. At the same time, Lu Mingyong and Qi Qingqiu's faces changed drastically, and they also ran away. Heavens, it's actually a thunder tribulation. Why did Zichen attract such a thunder tribulation? The three of them changed their faces, and they retreated dozens of miles. Chapter 346. Rumble, rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The terrifying power of the heavens pressed down in all directions, making people terrified. Everyone retreated at the first moment. Their faces changed dramatically, and they were extremely shocked. This was the heavenly thunder tribulation, the thing that cultivators feared the most. It meant that cultivators were going against the heavens and were punished by the heavens. This world did not recognize them, so it sent down the destructive thunder. Why would the heavenly thunder tribulation appear out of nowhere? Everyone's face changed. Looking at the terrifying heavenly thunder in the sky, their hearts trembled. Dark clouds covered the sky like rolling demonic chi, covering the sky and the sun. It was pitch black, but then bolts of heavenly lightning struck down with rolling thunder power, obliterating all life. The world was roaring, and the rolling thunder was shaking. The world was trembling. This was the heavenly lightning tribulation that would only appear when Yukong stepped into the master level. It had the power to destroy the world. Before the heavenly lightning tribulation, everyone had to prepare carefully and not be careless. Only after everything was arranged properly would the heavenly lightning tribulation begin. But today, the tribulation came so suddenly that the group of peak Zephyr realm cultivators were at a loss. Boom! The heavenly thunder fell like a winding thunder dragon, illuminating the sky. It was dazzling and hit the body of a peak Zephyr realm cultivator. In the next moment, the destructive thunder power surged, and the peak Zephyr realm cultivator was smashed into pieces. A rain of blood fell between heaven and earth. They were already injured in the 10-directional nirvana formation, and now faced with the heavenly thunder tribulation, they had no hope of survival. The dark clouds rolled, covering an area of several miles. The terrifying thunder power fell, and the bolts of heavenly thunder were dazzling, rippling with a destructive aura. This was a terrifying scene. Except for the people who were facing the tribulation, everyone retreated far away. Some of the slower ones were obliterated by the heavenly thunder and turned into ashes. In the world, in addition to the rolling thunder, there were only mournful screams that kept echoing. The heavenly thunder fell, and the mountains exploded. The majestic mountains around the Jining Valley were cut in half. Zichen, I want you dead. A Zephyr realm cultivator who was scorched black and blocked 2 bolts of heavenly thunder roared, his eyes full of killing intent. But the world was full of heavenly thunder, forming chains that penetrated the sky and obliterated everything. Zichen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Boom! The heavenly lightning fell and struck Yukong's head. In the next moment, Yukong was shattered into pieces and disappeared from the world. In the distance, everyone was fleeing in panic. It was too terrifying. An existence at the peak of the Zephyr plane died, just like that. Die. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. Someone roared in the air, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He turned into a beam of light and rushed toward Wang Jinwei and the others who were dozens of li away. Above his head, the black cloud swirled and moved with his body. Occasionally, a blinding bolt of heavenly lightning would fall. Let's go. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Jinwei turned and left quickly. Qi Qingqiu and Lu Mingyong followed closely behind. Boom! Boom! During this period of time, bolts of heavenly lightning fell one after another, and those true energy realm cultivators who were too slow to escape were all reduced to ashes while screaming in agony. The sound of rolling thunder spread out for dozens of miles. During this time, Yu Fei coughed up blood repeatedly as he resisted the heavenly lightning. Boom! By the time the third bolt of heavenly lightning fell, Yukong was finally unable to withstand it and was shattered into pieces. His body was destroyed. This was an extremely shocking scene. Zi Qin attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation, and no one could escape this tribulation. All those at the peak of the Zephyr Plain were reduced to ashes under the heavenly lightning. Zi Qin, you will die a horrible death. In the world, bolts of heavenly lightning fell like chains of heaven and earth, piercing through the sky. The moment Yukong was reduced to ashes, curses were heard. The Imperial Air Warriors died one after another until everyone was annihilated. Half an hour later, the black clouds in the sky dissipated, and the sky became clear again. The sun shone brightly, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The Jianying Valley from before completely disappeared. The bloodstained valley was turned into flat ground. Occasionally, there were bolts of lightning energy raging and black smoke rose. The steep mountain peaks disappeared, and only corpses were left, covering the valley. Blood gathered into a small river, and corpses were everywhere. Bloody light soared into the sky, and resentment filled the air. The cultivators of the 6 forces that besieged Zi Qin all fell. Even those at the peak of the Zephyr Plain died. On this day, the world was shocked. Zi Qin once again created a miracle. He set up a peerless array and killed dozens of Zephyr Plain cultivators and hundreds of true energy realm cultivators. It's too scary. All the cultivators who recalled that scene felt their hair stand on end. Whether it was the peerless array or the heavenly lightning tribulation, they were all shocked. Since that battle, the area within a few miles of the Jianying Valley had become a dead place. It was said that every night there would be the sound of ghosts crying, "Zi Qin, I'll kill you." Occasionally, cultivators who passed by would see blurry figures that looked like malicious ghosts and spirits. They let out ghostly wails and flashed past in a flash. Zi Qin killed many powerful cultivators of the major forces, so the valley was full of corpses and resentment and became a dead place. No one dared to come. Some bold cultivators who didn't believe in evil would die in a few days after coming here and being affected by the resentment. Zi Qin's incident was spread like wildfire, and it shocked people. He really did create a miracle, but his life and death was a mystery. Some people guessed that Zi Qin was still alive. After summoning the heavenly lightning, he ran away immediately, leaving himself a chance to live. However, more people guessed that Zi Qin had been destroyed by the heavenly lightning because it was a heavenly lightning tribulation at the peak of the Zephyr Plain. Even a Zephyr Plain cultivator was blown into ashes, let alone Zi Qin. Despite all the miracles, he was only a true energy realm cultivator. The major forces suffered heavy losses. This time, Zi Qin really hurt them. Several cultivators who had the potential to break through to the master realm died. Such losses made them feel so distressed that they wanted to vomit blood. The major forces were furious, but they had to vent their anger somewhere. Zi Qin's life and death were unknown, and there was no trace of him. Where could they vent their anger? Lin Shui was still in Yongqi City. Therefore, the major forces tried to find trouble with Lin Shui, but with the Lu family's patriarch, no one could do anything to Lin Shui. On one night, the Lu family's patriarch was furious. With a loud roar, he killed 2 Zephyr Plain cultivators who tried to sneak into the Lu family to kill Lin Shui. From then on, no one dared to do anything to Lin Shui. On the second day, the Lu family's patriarch announced that he would take Lin Shui as his adopted daughter. From then on, Lin Shui's status rose, and the Lu family could openly protect her. Tan Fong, who was in charge of the assassin pavilion, was surprised when he heard the news. However, that was it. The assassin pavilion had suffered heavy losses this time, and many of their old assassins had died. He wanted to reorganize everything, reorganize the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion, and reorganize this barbarian land. Unfortunately, after a few days, he received news from the Heavenly Slaughter Alliance that Su Long had appeared and was not in this barbarian land. Both sides had engaged in an intense battle and had suffered great losses. Damn it, he left this place long ago. Tan Fong was enraged. His eyes were burning with fury. Immediately, he left the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion with his men and left the area. At that moment, the elders of the Assassin Pavilion were completely dumbfounded. They suffered heavy losses this time. Their only hope had abandoned them and left. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Half a month later, the Assassin Pavilion was attacked by a large force. With the Wang family of Yunxia City as the leader, the Liu family and the Qin family as support, and the martial ancestors' forces, they began to attack the various branches of the Assassin Pavilion. At the same time, they found the headquarters through the branches and launched a destructive attack. The world was shaken once again. In a month's time, 2 of the Assassin Pavilion's headquarters were destroyed. The last one was discovered. However, when the various forces arrived, it was already empty. Most of the assassins had fled. In this region, one of the 3 major sects of the 7 major cities had disappeared. The Assassin Pavilion had gone from being in the light to being in the dark, and had become the target of everyone. Letian City's Gung family. They had suffered heavy losses this time, and Letian City was filled with all kinds of battles. They did not have the time to care about anything else, so they called back all their experts to protect their current position. The Tsang family and the Li family had also suffered heavy losses. This caused the 2 forces to fall out of the top 3 due to the loss of their experts and become the weakest force. The Chu family had also been very low-key recently, and they no longer said that their dignity was not to be violated. As for the martial ancestor, he had suffered heavy losses and was completely suppressed by Miao Kong's forces. A huge change had happened in this region. The arrest warrant for Zi Chen had been removed long ago, and all the portraits had been removed. However, Zi Chen had not appeared. Everyone guessed that Zi Chen was already dead. Lin Shui believed that Zi Chen was still alive, but she did not look for him. After this incident, she stayed in the Liu family and went into seclusion. This incident made her understand that the strong were respected. At the same time, many of the demonic geniuses went into seclusion, trying to break through to the spirit origin realm. The shock that Zi Chen had brought was too great. It made them more or less feel inferior, and they cultivated with all their might. Time passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, and half a year had passed. Zi Chen still did not appear. The news of Zi Chen's incident that had spread like wildfire also died down as time passed. Without Zi Chen offending the major forces, this region regained its silence, as if there was no life, and it became dead silent. A year had passed, and another monster appeared in the Chu family. He was very strong, and he fought with the monster from the Tsang family in Songli City. The 2 of them were evenly matched. Both of them were at the 9th heavenly layer, and were not far from the spirit origin realm. The battle was very fierce, but the spectators felt that it was very boring. They had seen Zi Chen's battles, and they were all soul-stirring. He had killed more than a dozen monsters, and they were all bloody. Today's battle was flashy, and many people felt that it was not interesting. Because of the battle of monsters, Zi Chen, who was about to be forgotten, became the subject of discussion again. However, Zi Chen had not appeared for a year, and the chances of him being alive were not high. Everyone sighed. One of the strongest geniuses had fallen in the end. A few months later, the Wang family of Yunxia City released a shocking news. The number 1 genius, Wang Qiong, had officially broken through to the spirit origin realm, and became the first young monster to break through to the spirit origin realm in this region. This was a sensational news. Wang Qiong had finally broken through, which was almost the same as what many people had guessed back then. The world was shocked, and everyone was paying attention to Wang Qiong. In the past, after breaking through to the spirit origin realm, the monsters would leave here and explore the outside world. It was almost an unwritten rule for thousands of years. Chapter 347. Wang Qiong's breakthrough was a major event that caused a sensation. Just as everyone was wondering if he would stay or leave, Wang Qiong didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to cultivate in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. A month later, there was news that the martial ancestor, Wu Mo, had successfully broken through and became the second genius to reach the spirit origin stage. On the day of his breakthrough, he caused a huge commotion, and even the ancestral patriarch was alerted. Then the ancestral patriarch brought him to the martial ancestor's important place to give him the strongest inheritance. After Wang Qiong and Wu Mo's breakthrough, more and more geniuses broke through to the spirit origin stage, causing a sensation. This was a flourishing age. Many freakish geniuses appeared, their battle prowess extremely great. After 2 years, they finally broke through to the spirit origin stage and became Zephyr warriors, gaining the ability to fly. However, Ziqin, the strongest monster, had died in that lightning tribulation. It was inevitable that people felt it was a pity. If Ziqin appeared in such a golden age, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. Moreover, some people guessed that if Ziqin was still alive, he could also break through to the spirit origin stage. Some people gave a definite guess. No, before the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, Ziqin had been ordinary and his cultivation speed was average. However, after the Nimbus martial ancestor disappeared, Ziqin became famous and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. He broke through to the true energy stage from the true Qi stage and was on par with the other geniuses. However, some people guessed that even if Ziqin was still alive after 2 years, he would at most be at the 9th sky of true energy stage. He wouldn't be able to break through to the spirit origin stage. After that, shocking news spread one after another. Another genius of the martial ancestor, Wu Ping, broke through to the spirit origin stage and became Zephyr warriors. Lu Qin of the Lu family, that little butterball, broke through successfully. Wang Shi of the Wang family in Yunxia City also broke through. Lu Bo of the Lu family received the inheritance from Ziqin and was very strong. He also broke through to the Zephyr warriors. On the day of his breakthrough, he fought with Wang Shi, and the two of them were evenly matched. The third genius of Yunxia City had already broken through. As for the second genius, no one knew how strong Wang Xianer was, but some guessed that she had already broken through. In the Wang family, Wang Shan's pained cries could be heard from time to time. He was thoroughly agitated by the news of him breaking through the flight manipulation realm. Why didn't I cultivate properly back then? He was filled with regret and roared repeatedly. While others had already made a breakthrough, he still hadn't made a breakthrough yet. Even though he hadn't slacked off for the past 2 years, he was still a hair's breadth away from reaching spirit origin realm. This made him very unwilling. It had been 2 years since the battle in the canyon. During these 2 years, many geniuses had broken through to spirit origin stage. For this region, this was the arrival of a golden age. Ziqin, if you're still alive, Chu Sun, will definitely kill you. On the first day that the Chu clan's monster broke through to the Zephyr realm, he made a threat, causing an uproar. Back when he was in the true element boundary, no one dared to challenge Ziqin. Who would have thought that as soon as he broke through to the flight step, there would be someone who could not hold it in anymore? Unfortunately, Ziqin was already dead and could not respond. This was a golden age. Many geniuses had broken through to the flight step, which was rare. Some people guessed that there would be a competition or directly go to the outer regions. All kinds of guesses appeared. Rumble. In a deserted mountain range, the sky suddenly trembled. The sun was shining brightly, but a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared, striking down with a terrifying pressure. This was the lightning tribulation, which made people's expressions change. The pressure of the lightning tribulation made people's hearts tremble. In the past 2 years, there had been 2 consecutive lightning tribulations in this mountain range. Including today, it was the 3rd time. Boom! Under the lightning tribulation, there was a young man surrounded by golden light. His golden fist shattered the lightning tribulation with one blow. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the energy of the lightning tribulation into his stomach. This was an extremely terrifying scene. When people saw this, they were naturally shocked. In this world, who would not be fully prepared to resist the lightning tribulation? How could one break the lightning tribulation with one's body and swallow the energy of the lightning tribulation into his stomach? Boom! Boom! The sky trembled, and a terrifying lightning tribulation appeared. More lightning tribulation fell, forming a curtain of light that shone brilliantly. The young man's body seemed to be made of pure gold, emitting golden light. He used his powerful body to resist the lightning tribulation. His strength was only in the true energy realm, but his body was extremely terrifying. Like a dragon waking up, dragon roar sounded. Golden chi and blood in his body soared into the sky, dyeing the world golden. Boom! A fist light appeared, and the lightning tribulation was shattered, turning into energy that was absorbed. The lightning tribulation was violent, and more lightning appeared. It was like a chain of heaven and earth, penetrating the sky with a destructive aura. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The lightning tribulation formed a sea of lightning that kept raging. Below, within a radius of a few thousand meters, there was a scorched earth. The grass and trees were turned into dust, and the rocks exploded. Buzz! Below, between the young man's eyebrows, a dazzling golden light appeared. This was the spiritual will that only flight step cultivators had. At this moment, it appeared on a true energy realm cultivator, which was incredible. Only flight step cultivators had spiritual will and spiritual source, but everything in front of them was beyond common sense. The golden spiritual will was very powerful. At this moment, it bloomed with golden light and bathed in the sea of lightning. The young man was undergoing the tribulation, and so was his spiritual will. It became more condensed and shone brightly. Puff! The lightning tribulation was even stronger. It roared like a thunder dragon and finally injured the young man. The latter coughed up blood, and his body was charred black. He was injured by the lightning tribulation. His spiritual will also retracted, and the golden light dimmed. It was very weak. Again. However, the young man shouted and did not retreat. A powerful aura burst out from his body, and he stood under the sea of lightning. His weak spiritual will rushed out from between his eyebrows and bathed in the sea of lightning. He was reborn in the lightning tribulation. Boom! The lightning tribulation fell, and the young man's body was emitting black smoke. He looked like a charred body, but his eyes were very bright. His bones were almost shattered and there were cracks. He was seriously injured. Boom! When the last bolt of lightning struck down, the young man's life was reduced by half, but he didn't die in the end. After that, a surge of vitality appeared like a storm. The young man stood in the middle of the storm and began to be reborn. Next to him, there was a flash of light and an old man appeared. Being reborn in the lightning tribulation will greatly increase your strength. Every time you experience the lightning tribulation's baptism, it's a transformation. It's a huge opportunity. And after experiencing the lightning tribulation, the perfect body that you have cultivated will be your greatest reliance in the future. Crack, crack. The charred body made cracking sounds, and then it cracked. Golden light appeared, dazzling and dazzling, accompanied by a powerful aura. Boom! Finally, the charred body exploded, and a brand new perfect body appeared. It was dazzling with golden light without any flaws. In the perfect body, blood flowed like a river, providing endless energy. It was like a true dragon hibernating in it. The young man was naturally Zichen. 2 years had passed, and he had consumed countless pills. He had experienced 3 lightning tribulations, and finally reached the 9th firmament of true essence. One more step, and he would reach the spiritual origin realm, known as Flight Step. I wonder how they are doing. It had been 2 years, and Zichen had been cultivating in seclusion. He would only appear when he broke through the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation was powerful, and it was not suitable to stay here for long. Zichen quickly left. A moment later, powerful auras appeared, but there was nothing in front of him except a scene of destruction. 2 years had passed, and Zichen believed that the stormback then had passed. No one made things difficult for him anymore. This time his strength had broken through, and his realm had stabilized. It was not realistic to break through in a short time, so Zichen decided to go out. However, after arriving at Danyang City, Zichen was shocked by the news. The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion had been destroyed, and a major force in the southern region had disappeared. As for the major forces that had suffered heavy losses, although they still had their foundation, they kept a much lower profile and were no longer as arrogant as before. Then there was the news of Wang Qiong and the others breaking through to the spiritual origin realm. This news was from a year ago. It had been a year since Wang Qiong broke through to the spiritual origin realm. Next, there were other monstrous geniuses breaking through one after another. They actually all broke through. Zichen was a little dumbfounded. However, after thinking about it, he understood. He had broken through 3 realms in the past 2 years, so it was natural that others would not remain stagnant. Zichen, if you're not dead, come out and see how I Wu Ping kill you. I, Li Zhou, can kill you with one hand. The major forces had not forgotten the humiliation from 2 years ago and had been enduring it. After their monstrous geniuses broke through to the spiritual origin realm, they all clamored. They had gone to the battlefield and searched carefully, but they did not see the purple golden gourd. The monstrous geniuses guessed that Zichen was still alive, which was why they kept clamoring. After breaking through, they were full of confidence and were very arrogant. When they saw that Zichen did not appear, they kept clamoring. However, Zichen did not appear, but he still had friends comparable to monstrous geniuses. Zhang Haotian and L.V. Peng had obtained Rin Tu's inheritance and had a lot of cultivation resources. After all the monstrous geniuses broke through to the spiritual origin realm, the 2 of them naturally could not fall behind. After Zhang Haotian broke through to the Zephyr realm, he responded to the monstrous geniuses of the major forces. Zichen is not needed. If you want to die, I, Zhang Haotian, can kill you. He was as cold as before. His words were cold, and it caused a stir. Zhang Haotian and L.V. Peng appeared together. Although the latter did not break through to the Zephyr realm, the flashing runes around him represented his identity as a formation master. It was also shocking. Some people suspected that the formation was set up by L.V. Peng. Thinking about the formation 2 years ago, no one dared to underestimate this formation master at the 9th firmament of true essence. If Zichen doesn't appear, I can help you if you, a mere independent cultivator, want to die. After breaking through and using many inheritance battle skills, the monstrous geniuses of the major forces were very domineering. This was their first battle after breaking through to the Zephyr realm. They had to win beautifully. In the end, Zhang Haotian said coldly, "On the night of the full moon, we will fight to the death in the land of the dead." The monstrous geniuses wanted to fight to the death, which caused an uproar. This was the biggest shock in 2 years. Everyone was in an uproar. On the night of the full moon, when Zichen heard this news, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the past 2 years, his perfect body had become stronger and he had spiritual senses. If it wasn't for the fact that the energy in his body could not keep up with his realm, he would also be in the spiritual origin realm. The monstrous geniuses of the major forces hooted again, which made him very dissatisfied. Chapter 348. On the night of the full moon, the battle of the monsters began. Although there was still more than half a month to go, people were still looking forward to it. The world was shaken, and more people gathered towards the Land of Dead Silence. The Land of Dead Silence was a name that had only appeared in the last 2 years. It used to be called the Janaying Valley. Elder M.O., do you think my spiritual sense can refine the purple gold gourd? Zi-Chin left Danyang City and went to the place where he was cultivating in seclusion. His purple gold gourd had been hidden there all along. You've already cultivated spiritual sense at the 8th heaven. Now that you're at the 9th heaven, your spiritual sense is even stronger. It's enough for the purple gold gourd to recognize you as its master, Elder Amos said. The purple gold gourd was buried deep in the ground, and Zi-Chin dug it out. It shone with a purple light, and runes flowed on its surface. This is a rare treasure. It can seal Xingqin sand and prevent its spiritual power from flowing away. It should be a space-type treasure. It's very strange, Elder Amos said. Zi-Chen's spiritual sense had condensed into spiritual sense. At this moment, with a move of his mind, golden spiritual sense appeared, shining with golden light. The spiritual sense was like a flame, burning fiercely, surrounding the purple gold gourd and starting to refine it. The purple gold gourd flashed with light, and mysterious runes appeared on its surface, revolving around the gourd. Clang! The golden spiritual sense was like a flame. When it touched the runes, it made a clanging sound and caused them to tremble. Zi-Chen's spiritual sense was already very strong, far surpassing the average Zephyr. When he was at the 8th heaven, the spatial spirit ring only needed a moment to recognize him as its master. It only took a few breaths for the golden spiritual weapon to recognize him as its master. Now that he was at the 9th heaven, his spiritual sense had become stronger and more condensed after being baptized by the thunder calamity. However, it couldn't suppress the purple gold gourd. The runes on the surface of the gourd flowed and flashed, blocking the spiritual sense outside. Clang! Clang! The spiritual sense turned into a cold blade and slashed at the runes, but it caused them to tremble. The runes flowed and dissolved the impact of the spiritual sense. Don't be discouraged. The harder it is to refine, the more valuable it is. The fact that Rin too put it together with his foundation means that it's no ordinary item, said Elder Hiroshi. Zi-Chin had never intended to give up on the purple gold gourd. He had a great use for it, so he had to subdue it. He couldn't possibly use a gourd in every battle in the future. Clang! Clang! In the place of seclusion, clanging sounds rang out continuously, like the clanging of sharp weapons. Time flew by. A day and a night passed. The runes on the purple golden gourd were still shining brightly. There was no sign of it being depleted. Zi-Chen's spiritual senses were very strong, so he could withstand such consumption. He could already feel that the runes had dimmed a little. Now, both sides were competing in terms of consumption. 2 days and 2 nights passed, and the light on the rune had clearly dimmed. Hold on, we're almost there. Elder Hiroshi was cheering for Zi-Chin. Zi-Chen's eyes lit up, and more spiritual sense attacks were launched. 3 days, 4 days, a full 7 days had passed. The runes flowing on the surface of the purple gold gourd had also completely dimmed. Another day passed, and there was a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the runes. Then the energy was exhausted, and it was completely hidden. At the same time, Zi-Chen's spiritual senses invaded, and the purple gold gourd recognized him as its master. The purple gold gourd shone brightly. At this moment, Zi-Chin felt that the purple gold gourd was a part of his body. It was as flexible as his arm and fingers. At the same time, Zi-Chin also sensed that there was a huge space in the purple gold gourd. The purple light was dazzling, but it was empty. There were more runes flowing on the walls of the gourd. It's done! Zi-Chin was overjoyed. The runes on the walls of the gourd were even more mysterious. At a glance, Zi-Chun felt dizzy. It was extraordinary. Obviously, it was the one that sealed the Xingqian sand to ensure that the spiritual power of the Xingqian sand would not be lost. 8 days had passed, and there were still more than 10 days before the battle of the monsters. With a thought, the purple gold gourd disappeared and entered his sea of consciousness. The golden spiritual senses fell on the purple gold gourd. It was like a burning flame that was still nourishing it. On that day, Zi-Chun left in a hurry. He rushed all the way south. During this time, more cultivators arrived at the land of dead silence, wanting to witness the battle of the monsters. And some people found out that this was not only the battle of the monsters. It seemed that after this battle, the fate of the monsters would be announced. Everyone was full of anticipation. However, Zi-Chun walked through the land of dead silence and continued south. During this time, he bypassed Songli City and arrived at Yinsha City. The Thunder region was a place where lightning flashed all year round. Even from far away, one could hear the rumbling of thunder and an inexplicable pressure. This was a no-fly zone. No one could fly here. It was rumored that this was the result of a corner of the Thunder God Temple that was knocked off by the Wuji sect back then. It turned into a thunder region with a total of 9 levels. Among them, there was destructive lightning. Even sect masters could not go deep. Back then, Zi-Chun hid in the Thunder region and luckily escaped a pursuit. At that time, Zi-Chun was in the True Qi realm, but he entered the 4th level. Today, Zi-Chun was in the 9th firmament of True Essence. He was even stronger. If he entered the Thunder region again, how many levels could he enter? Wang Jinwei was very wary of the 4th level of the Thunder region. But obviously, he could not kill such an existence. Zi-Chun entered the Thunder region and directly passed through the 4th level. He entered the 5th level. The lightning here was even more violent and had the ability to destroy the air. Golden light flashed around his body as streaks of golden lightning circled around him, forming a light shield that blocked the lightning from the thunder field. Zi-Chun carefully searched the 5th floor to see if there were any precious treasures. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. After that was the 6th level of the Thunder region. The surging thunder and lightning here were like thunder dragons. They were very powerful and had inconceivable power. Once touched by them in the air, they would be instantly turned into ashes. Even if ancestor-level experts were to be caught in the thunder and lightning, their lives would be in danger. Zi-Chun entered carefully. The surface of his body was shining with golden light. The energy in his body circulated quickly, afraid that the light shield would not be able to maintain and destroy him. Rumble. The Thunder region was violent, and the sound of thunder made his scalp numb. His heart was cold, but he still gathered his courage and walked forward step by step. Zi-Chun did not dare to hope to enter the 7th level, but he could reach the edge of the 6th level. The lightning of the 7th level seemed to have a spirit. It was even more terrifying. It was like a dragon, swimming in the sea of lightning. It's up to you. Zi-Chun stood in the middle of the 6th level of the Thunder region. He did not dare to continue, afraid that he would be turned into ashes. With a thought, the purple gold gourd appeared. Bang! With a light sound, the gourd opened. Purple light flowed. With a toss, the gourd flew out of the light shield and toward the 7th level of the Thunder region. Please don't break. Zi-Chun prayed. He wanted to use the gourd to collect some lightning as his trump card, but he did not have the slightest confidence. He was just trying his luck. The purple golden gourd shone brightly as it flew towards the 7th level. In the next moment, the lightning on the 7th level became violent. Bolts of lightning seemed to have awakened as they bombarded the purple golden gourd. The power of lightning continued to wreak havoc. Bang! Bang! The purple gold gourd was bombarded by the lightning. It danced in the air and almost broke free from Zi-Chun's control. Not good. Zi-Chun's face changed. The gourd was not broken, But Zichen overestimated himself. Under the bombardment of lightning, the gourd gradually entered the depths and was about to break free. "Come back!" Zichen roared. His mind urged again and again, but with so many lightning obstacles, it was difficult to come back. Buzz! Seeing that the gourd was about to lose control, Zichen regretted. He should have collected the lightning of the 6th level. He was too greedy. However, at this moment, the purple gold gourd trembled. The surface of its body flowed and flashed with purple light. Mysterious runes revolved around the gourd, blocking the lightning outside. It seemed to be fixed in the void, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc, but it did not move at all. The purple light was shining brightly. "Take it!" Zichen was overjoyed and let out a low shout. The purple gold gourd, which was fixed in the thunder field, hung upside down in the air with Zichen's mind. Then it spat out a psychedelic light, just like when it spat out Xingchen's sand. At this moment, a suction force appeared at the mouth of the gourd. The psychedelic light erupted, covering more than 10 meters in radius. Waves of suction force appeared, and the raging lightning went toward the mouth of the gourd. This was a very magical scene. The dragon-like lightning quickly shrank after being swept by the psychedelic light. In the end, it turned into a silver light and entered the space of the purple gold gourd. The psychedelic light scattered and the lightning was collected. After that, it seemed to have reached a state of saturation. The purple gold gourd no longer swallowed the lightning, and the psychedelic light dissipated. "Collect!" With a thought, the purple gold gourd flew back, and the lid was instantly closed. Within the violet gold gourd, bolts of lightning filled the air. They were like tiny snakes that slithered within the gourd, looking very docile. Surrounding the gourd were purple gold runes that constantly flashed, suppressing the lightning. "It's done!" Zichen was very happy and excited. This was the second technique he had after the star sand. It could destroy everything. If all the lightning appeared at the same time, even a Grandmaster level expert would be blasted into pieces by the lightning if they were careless enough to be caught in it. "Humph! Whether this is a trap or not, I will make you pay the price." Zichen put away the purple gold gourd, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After leaving the thunder field, he went straight to the land of dead silence. There were many experts gathered in the land of dead silence. They were all there to watch the battle. 2 years ago, this was the Executioner Valley, the place where the big forces killed the rogue cultivators. However, in the battle 2 years ago, Zichen killed many experts of the big forces, turning this place into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. In the end, he attracted the heavenly thunder tribulation, which was even more shocking. Because of this, there were resentful spirits that lingered. Occasionally, one could hear the cries of ghosts, which made people's hearts palpitate. In the past 2 years, some cultivators who didn't believe in evil were infected with resentment. After a few days, they died strangely. It was very strange, making this place a real land of dead silence. Many cultivators gathered, but they watched from afar. No one entered the land of dead silence. Boom! Chapter 349. The Night of the Full Moon, the Land of Death. Under the faint moonlight, heaven and earth became hazy. A sinister wind blew through the land of death. Occasionally, there would be figures flickering in the air. It was very sinister. "Zichen is dead." Intermittent voices rang out, making people's hair stand on end. It had already been 2 years, but there were still voices cursing Zichen's death. Truly worthy of being called the Land of Death. It's actually so bizarre. There are even such unreal things. Everyone was shocked. Occasionally, illusory figures would appear in the Land of Death. Those weren't real people, but more like specters. They were illusory and ethereal, making people's hearts tremble. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. 2 years ago, Zichen killed hundreds of people from the major powers. Among them, There were dozens of people who were flying in the air. The rest were all cultivators of the true energy boundary. Their bodies died, but their wills did not die. They had a lot of resentment, so they formed this kind of ghost. Their resentment will not dissipate. In the crowd, an old cultivator explained the whole story. Ziqin, hand over your life. The specters didn't disperse. Their intermittent voices made people's hearts turn cold, and they didn't dare go forward. So many people felt their hair stand on end. None of them dared to go forward. From this, it could be seen just how bizarre this land of death was. It's just some resentment. It doesn't have much strength. Those in the air with spiritual wills should be able to resolve it. Only those in the air could resolve it. Clearly, those who didn't enter the air would only die. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they retreated once more. They didn't want to be tainted by the resentment. Boom! The sky trembled as a powerful aura erupted. A figure in the air flew over from the distance. His body was like a raging flame, and a terrifying aura surged out. Everyone's expressions changed. Those were actually strands of Li flame. They contained inconceivable power, and once they erupted, they would burn everything. It's the Li family's monster, Li Hua. Not only did he break through to the air realm, but he also cultivated a true Li flame. He's even stronger than Li Hao back then. Everyone's gazes fell on Li Hua. He was like a man on fire. Li flame burned on the surface of his body, and battle intent rose from him. After Li Hua, the heavens shook, and a hurricane blew over from the horizon. The hurricane produced wind blades that cut through the air, creating hissing sounds. It was extremely terrifying, and within the hurricane there was a cold figure. The genius of the Song family had appeared. His gaze was cold as he glanced at the shocked crowd and snorted. Buzz! The sky trembled and an icy aura surged. At this moment, even the moonlight in the sky became cold, as if they were in a 10,000-year-old ice. The Chu family's monster, Chu Sun, came. He brought with him endless killing intent, making everyone's heart shiver. After breaking through to the Zephyr realm, they were able to use many kinds of killing techniques. Their might was even stronger, and they were able to display the might of the major powers. The entire region was no longer able to accommodate them. Only the vast world outside could allow them to display their might. But before that, he had to settle some grudges. After that, it was time for the freaks like the martial ancestor to take the stage. Each of them stood in the air and looked down at their surroundings. After the Ziqin incident, these humiliated powers had formed an alliance. Now that they had appeared, their auras filling the air. The godly slaughter pavilion had been destroyed, but no freaks had appeared. As for the Gung family, they couldn't even protect themselves, so they didn't have time to care about others. The four of them stood in the air, looking around with cold eyes. They were only in their 20s, belonging to the younger generation, but they had already broken through to the Zephyr realm, which made people envious. Swoosh! A beam of green light appeared between the heavens and earth. It was extremely resplendent, suppressing the moonlight directly. The moment it appeared, it was accompanied by a powerful aura that filled the entire heavens and earth. As a result, the entire deathly silent land fell into a momentary silence. Wang Qiong had arrived. As the first freak to break through to the spirit origin realm in this region, his appearance caused a huge commotion. It's Wang Qiong. He's here too. Even Wang Qiong is here. Looks like the rumors are true. Not only are they here to fight, but they are also here to decide when to leave this region. After Wang Qiong appeared, Wang Shi also appeared. Following that, a ray of light flashed in the sky, and another person appeared. It was Wu Mo. He wore a loose robe and looked very lazy. He appeared in the sky, step by step. Zephyr. This is the Zephyr realm. Everyone looked up at the sky, envious. Not to mention how powerful the Zephyr realm was. Just flying in the sky was enough to make people envious. The Zephyr realm. Ziqin stood in the crowd, his eyes shining. In terms of combat strength, he He was not weaker than the Zephyr realm, but he could not fly in the sky, so he was still a little weaker. Light flashed in the sky. Obviously, this was a gathering of the Zephyr realm freaks. Little Butterball, Luchin, appeared, breaking through to the Zephyr realm. There was no powerful aura around him. He was still as gentle and honest as before. The Qin clan's freak had also arrived. The two brothers had both broken through to the Zephyr realm. Zhu Zizong and Lu Bo from the Zhu clan had also arrived. All the freaks who had broken through to the Zephyr realm had appeared today, but none of them had yet to break through. Lin Shui did not come, nor did Miao Kong. Even if they had received the inheritance, they were still one step behind these freaks. Miao Kong, Lin Shui, Su Mengyao, LV Peng, and Zi Qin had not broken through to the spirit origin realm. Only Zhang Haoyan had caught up with these freaks and broken through to the Zephyr realm. Zhang Haoqian had appeared. He was alone, and LV Peng did not come either. He stood in the air with a cold expression. As soon as he appeared, he nodded at Wu Mo and the others, then glanced at Chu Sun and the others coldly. "Which one of you wants to die?" Zhang Haoqian stood in the air above the land of dead silence, looking at them and asking coldly. He was the first to speak. He was still as arrogant as before, not putting these freaks in his eyes. "You're courting death." The Li clan's freaks' eyes shone with a cold light. The light that materialized pierced through the sky and landed on Zhang Haoyan's body. The surface of his body was burning with Li fire, burning everything. "You're the ones courting death." Zhang Haoqian replied, "Humph, such shameless boasting. Let me kill you." The martial ancestor took a step forward. His aura was surging, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The martial ancestor's killing techniques could only be used by the spirit origin realm. He was not afraid of Zhang Haoyan, even if he knew that Zhang Haoqian had received the inheritance of the human butcher. "Let me do it," the Chu clan's freak said. He took a step forward, and the cold aura around him surged like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. "Zichun hasn't appeared yet, so I'll kill Zhang Haoqian first," Chu Sun said coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. He was the one who initiated the fight with Zhang Haoyan. Boom! The sky shook. He took a step forward and glanced at Zhang Haoyan with his cold eyes. However, the latter was even colder than him. There was only killing intent in his eyes. 2 years ago, Zichun was here and made you lose face. The strong cultivators were resentful and turned into ghosts. 2 years later, I, Zhang Haoyan, can still kill you. Zhang Haoyan was very arrogant and domineering. He stepped forward, causing the sky to shake. His powerful spiritual sense spread out and covered the entire land of dead silence. The ghosts did not dare to show themselves. Boom! The two of them did not talk much. Only killing intent was left. They turned into 2 rays of light and collided fiercely, causing a huge tremor. The battle broke out just like that. Swoosh! Killing intent filled the air with bone-chilling coldness. Zhang Haoyan launched a powerful attack. Energy swirled in the sky. The attack covered the sky and shook the earth. Even the moonlight was distorted. World of ice. Chu Sun also launched a fierce attack. It was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. A cold aura filled the sky. This was a killing move. It could kill both gods and bodies. It was very terrifying. Zhang Haoyan felt cold all over. His mind slowed down. This move of the Chu clan was very strong. Boom! The sky shook. A terrifying aura circulated. A sharp blade appeared in Zhang Haoyan's hand. It emitted endless cold light and rushed towards Chu Sun. At the same time, light flashed around him. His yuan qi burned like flames, dispelling the uncomfortable feeling. A spiritual weapon appeared in Chu Sun's hand. He became one with the weapon and rushed forward. This was a battle of geniuses. It was also a battle of 2 inheritances. Whether Rin Tu's inheritance was more powerful or the Chu clan's inheritance would be revealed at this moment. Boom! With a huge tremor, terrifying energy swept out. The two of them flew back quickly. They were evenly matched. Then they turned into rays of light and continued to move forward, displaying powerful battle techniques. Invisibility kill. Zhang Haotian shouted. His figure suddenly disappeared in the air. It was as if he had merged into the void, disappearing without a trace. Then, a bone-piercing killing intent appeared behind Chu Sun. Zhang Haotian appeared behind Chu Sun. He held a sharp blade and directly stabbed towards the back of Chu Sun's head. All things condense. Chu Sun shouted. His body was white and endless coldness spread out. Even space could be frozen. As soon as the sharp blade appeared, it was blocked by the cold aura. Bang! Killing intent swept out. Zhang Haotian held the sharp blade and crushed the cold aura. It rushed through Chu Sun's forehead like a ray of light. It was very fast. A strand of hair fell. Chu Sun finally dodged the sure-kill attack. However, he had dodged the sure-kill attack. Exclamations sounded all around. They did not expect Zhang Haotian to be so strong. Wang Qiong and the others were also shocked. Zhang Haotian's move was the powerful battle technique used by Rin Tu in the past. There were some records of it in the ancient books of the Chu clan. He really did get Rin Tu's inheritance. Everyone was shocked. They no longer underestimated this wandering cultivator. First, it was Zichen. Then it was Zhang Haotian. As the strand of hair fell, Chu Sun's face was very ugly. His hair danced wildly, and his expression was ferocious. This was the first time he represented the Chu clan. He felt that he had lost face. Boom! Around him, the aura was violent. Boundless energy rolled out like stormy waves, sweeping towards Zhang Haotian. This was an endless cold aura. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky. The sky was white and even space was frozen. This was another powerful battle technique of the Chu clan. Crack! Crack! The cold aura surged and space was frozen. Even around Zhang Haotian, a layer of ice crystals appeared, but they were quickly shattered by him. However, his face was pale. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a monster. He had just lost, and now he had regained some face. At this moment, the two of them were really fighting. The energy in the sky rolled, and powerful attacks collided again and again. Everyone was shocked. Among the crowd, there were many who were flying. At this moment, they were all amazed. As expected of a monster, he had just broken through and already had such extraordinary battle strength. Even many of the older generation were shocked. Chapter 350. The two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant, but the outcome was still undecided. Terrifying energy swirled, and even the land of deathly stillness calmed down. The group of specters did not dare to show themselves. Spirit weapons and battle skills appeared one after another, and energy rippled in all directions. Lu Qin, Wang Shi, and the rest were all watching this battle without saying anything. After breaking through to Zephyr, everyone's battle prowess had increased by a lot. This was a qualitative change, and the gap between the group of monsters was no longer that obvious. In a short period of time, another few hundred moves had passed. Back then, when Zhang Haotian killed the monsters, he did not use such a long time. This battle was clearly very difficult. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Sun's hair was disheveled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Cold light flickered in his eyes, and his killing intent was boundless. An icy aura surged around his body, causing people's hearts to tremble. I'll return those words to you. If you want to die, then I can fulfill your wish. Zhang Haotian's face was pale, but he was still cold. Boom! The two accumulated their power and collided again. It was like two huge meteors fiercely colliding. At the same time, spirit weapons and powerful battle skills also appeared, causing the sky to tremble and endless blood to spray out. Zhang Haotian's shoulder armor was pierced and blood flowed out. One of Chu Sun's arms was almost chopped off, revealing eerie white bones. Such a desperate battle made people's hearts tremble. The two were completely going all out, trading life for life. And the land of deathly stillness below was even more terrifying. The group of specters no longer appeared, and it seemed very quiet. Fortunately, the two were fighting in the air. If it was on the ground, then the entire area would naturally collapse. PFFF! Zhang Haotian rapidly retreated, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. There was a shallow wound on his neck, and his head was almost chopped off. His expression was cold, and he was exceptionally ruthless as he threw out a desperate attack. Chi! And a very deep wound appeared on Chu Sun's chest. His heart was almost pierced by Zhang Haotian, and he died on the spot. The two clashed again, and their injuries were very serious. The onlookers were incomparably shocked. Such a bloody battle made their blood boil. In the end, the two exchanged another few hundred moves, and the battle came to an end. Zhang Haotian kicked Chu Sun's chest, and a large amount of light scattered. Chu Sun fell to the ground, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with a pale face. However, he wasn't in a good state either, as he was almost split into two by the spirit weapon. Pum! After that, a huge foot stomped on Chu Sun's body. Chu Sun lost. Zhang Haotian won. The result of the battle left everyone dumbfounded. The Chu clan, which had been passed down for almost 10,000 years, had actually lost to a loose cultivator. How is this possible? The genius of the Chu clan is being trampled on by a wandering cultivator. This is too inconceivable. Could it be that Zhang Haotian is also a Tian-level warrior and has unparalleled battle prowess? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. However, those who knew Zhang Haotian's identity were relieved. He had obtained Ren Tu's inheritance. It was rumored that Ren Tu had even killed Tian experts back then. It was easy to imagine how terrifying his inheritance was. Chu Sun's hair was disheveled. He was being stepped on, but the coldness in his eyes was even more intense. He was unyielding. I was too impatient and appeared without comprehending a deeper battle technique. If you have the ability, then make a move. Otherwise, the next time, the one who will die will definitely be you. His eyes flashed with cold light. He was unyielding, like ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. You dare to threaten me? Then I'll send you on your way. Zhang Haotian was very cold. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent was decisive. The aura around him surged, and he was about to stomp Chu Sun to death. Stop! Suddenly a loud shout was heard. Stop! Stop right there! Chu Sun's life was in danger. The others also shouted and turned into a ray of light, rushing forward. The three geniuses appeared like rays of light, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of the two. They stared at Zhang Haotian unkindly. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Haotian stepped on Chu Sun and glanced at the three of them coldly. He had also paid the price for stepping on Chu Sun. Humph, Zhang Haotian, how dare you? It was just a spar, but you were so vicious and wanted to kill him. The genius of the Li clan stepped forward, his eyes flashing coldly. That's right, it was just a spar. You were lucky to win, and you took the opportunity to kill. The other two looked at each other coldly with unfriendly expressions. The crowd was in an uproar. Was this a spar? Why did he say that he wanted to kill Chu Sun? Bullsh *T. We agreed to a battle of life and death. Zhang Haotian said angrily. He had heard about the shamelessness of the major forces from Ziqin. He didn't expect to encounter it today. A battle of life and death? You think you're worthy? Who are you and who are we? Brother Chu only gave you a handicap so that you wouldn't lose so miserably. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you actually want to kill him. You really don't know what's good for you. The Chu clan has been around for thousands of years. How can a small, wandering cultivator like you defeat us so easily? Can't you see that we're giving you a handicap? The three geniuses said confidently, which made Zhang Haotian a little dumbfounded. As for the spectators below, they were all stunned. What was going on? You're giving me a handicap on purpose? Zhang Haotian was so angry that he was about to laugh. He exerted force on his foot, and Chu Sun grimaced in pain. Look at you. Do you look like you're giving me a handicap? Why not? Brother Chu has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. Why can't he give you a handicap on purpose? The three of them were very thick-skinned. Chu Sun didn't say a word. His expression was solemn, and there was even a trace of regret. It was as if he had really given them a handicap. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Haotian was furious. He wanted nothing more than to stomp him to death. You! The cold Zhang Haotian didn't know what to say in front of this group of shameless people. In front of so many people, they inverted right and wrong and still acted so confidently. Apart from being shameless, this kind of shameless habit had to be cultivated from a young age. That's right. I knew it. A mere wandering cultivator could actually defeat a monster. So Chu Sun gave him a handicap on purpose. What a pity. Chu Sun's noble character and unquestionable integrity was actually used by someone and almost lost his life. This is too shameless. We're wandering cultivators. It's okay to lose, but there's nothing to be ashamed of. Even Zi Qin was chased around back then. Wandering cultivators can lose, but they can't lose their backbone and dignity. In the crowd, voices sounded, but they were all very illusory, making it impossible to determine who was the real person. Zhang Haotian didn't know what to say. He was not good with words, so he was very angry. That's not right. Why can't wandering cultivators defeat the big forces? There was Zi Qin before, and now there's Zhang Haotian. One is a sky realm expert with unparalleled combat strength, and the other has inherited Butcher's inheritance. Back then, Butcher had even killed a sky realm expert. Someone said with dissatisfaction, "So what if he has Butcher's inheritance? The Chu family has been around for thousands of years. Who knows how many powerful inheritances there are, and they clearly gave him a handicap." That's right. Zhang Haotian may be strong, but he doesn't have any backbone. Even a wandering cultivator like me feels ashamed of him. There were more and more voices in the crowd. Some were purely currying favor with the big forces, while others couldn't see Zhang Haotian being so strong and were jealous. The voices were illusory, and then it was the wandering cultivators who spoke one by one. The voices supporting Zhang Haotian also became fewer and fewer. How shameless. Now you're still trampling on Chu Sun. Do you really think you're invincible? Someone else said. After that, there were even more people who wanted to suppress Zhang Haotian. At this moment, Zhang Haotian provoked the public's anger. After a fierce battle, he was seriously injured, but he was called a shameless villain. Looking at Chu Sun again, he looked like he was lamenting the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, as if he was really noble. That's enough. You can't be so shameless. A cold snort sounded. Wu Emma walked out of the crowd and glanced at the crowd coldly. I don't care if you deliberately hurt others or were bewitched, but Zhang Haotian won today with his own strength. Don't distort right and wrong. Once Wu Emma opened his mouth, the rebuttal from the crowd lessened significantly. Then he coldly swept his gaze over the three monstrous talents and said, "And you guys, don't always throw the face of your family. Everyone has seen the outcome of the battle. Whether or not you guys gave in, everyone knows in their hearts. You should leave some face for your family." Wu Emma, what do you mean? We clearly saw that Chu Sun went easy on him, and that's why he won by a fluke. Everyone saw it too. The moment you appeared, you wanted to use your power to suppress others. Can't we even speak the truth? Li was stared at Wu Mo. The truth, haha. Wu Mo laughed and said, as long as you're not a fool, you can see that the battle just now is the truth. You're indeed very elegant. You're very similar to the forces behind you. Wu Mo, don't talk about our forces again and again. Everyone saw the truth of the battle. Chu Sun went easy on Zhang Haoyan, allowing him to win. Not only was he not grateful, he even wanted to kill him. Could it be that his actions are still the actions of a gentleman? The monster from the Tsang family also spoke. You can be shameless, but you can't be shameless to this extent. This was a battle of life and death. Chu Sun's strength was not enough. He deserved to die. A cold voice sounded. Lu Bo walked out from the crowd. Beside him, Wang Shi and Wang Qiong also appeared. This caused an uproar. Obviously, they wanted to speak up for Zhang Haoyan. No one among the wandering cultivators spoke again. Lu Bo, you're wrong. This was originally a battle of learning. We saw that Chu Sun went easy on him. I know that because of Zi Qin, you want to protect Zhang Haoyan, but don't be so obvious. Li spoke again. He was very eloquent. It's not that they want to protect Zhang Haoyan. What they said is the truth. Zhang Haoyan won against Chu Sun. This is his true strength. Lu Qin also appeared. Beside him were the two Qin brothers. Haha, you guys are indeed Zi Chen's friends. Since you guys have spoken up, what else can I say? Li laughed. If you guys say it's strength, then it's strength. It was originally a battle of learning, but after winning, you call it a battle of life and death. You guys are really righteous. Then Li looked at Zhang Haoyan and said, Zhang Haoyan, since it's a fact that you won against Chu Sun, then whatever. But do you dare to fight with me? A battle of life and death. Only one of us can survive. You. Everyone's expression changed. Zhang Haoyan was already injured. So how could he fight against such a monstrous genius? It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. This was their goal, just like how they wanted to kill Zi Qin back then on the battle platform. That's right. Zhang Haoyan, aren't you very strong? If you can win against Chu Sun, then you can also win against Li Wei. So what if we have a battle of life and death? Beside Li Wei, the monster from the Tsang family sneered. Zhang Haoyan's expression kept changing. He was not good with words. At this moment, he was very angry. He angrily said, Fine. Chapter 351. It had been 2 years, but the major factions were still as shameless as ever. Zi Qin had seen it all. Zhang Haoyan wanted to agree to the death match, so he had to stand out. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage due to his bad temper. Zi Qin clapped his hands and walked out of the crowd. He released his aura, which was only at the 9th firmament of true essence. This attracted many disdainful gazes. The other party was a demonic genius who rode the air. His combat power was very strong. How could a true essence realm brat speak? That is indeed a good suggestion, Zi Qin said with a smile. Fighting to the death with an injured person. You are indeed a major faction. He walked out of the crowd and walked towards the group of demonic geniuses. You are Chu Sun, right? The demonic genius of the Chu clan. You are indeed noble. You actually let others make one move in a death match, Zi Qin said with a cold smile. Chu Sun was still being stepped on. When he heard Zi Qin's words, he forced a smile and said, That is what I should do. Haha, you are really shameless. Zi Qin laughed loudly and mocked. The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. First, there was Chu Chuan and Chu Bing. Then there was Chu Lai. Now there is you, Chu Sun. The face of your Chu clan has been completely lost by the 4 of you. It is a death match, but you let others make one move. Are you brainless, or have water entered your head? Brat, who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? The demonic geniuses had already seen that the other party did not come with good intentions. They asked coldly with cold gazes. However, due to their status, They did not make a move. I'm just here to join in the fun. Haven't you guys noticed that Chu Sun is being stepped on by others? He's losing face. We should help him up and then listen to him talk about the details. Zichen walked over. Hearing this, no one stopped him. All right, stop stepping on him. He is already embarrassed. It is useless to step on him, Zichen said indifferently and smiled at Zhang Haoyan. The latter understood and moved his foot away from Chu Sun. After that, Zichen lifted Chu Sun up with one hand. The latter's expression was very unsightly. After being mocked by a true essence realm cultivator, he clenched his teeth. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he thought of an excuse to kill the other party. But right after that, Chu Sun felt a sharp pain on his cheek. He had just been helped up when he was slapped in the face. It was a very crisp sound. Pooh! He coughed out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by a large white tooth. His cheek burned with pain, and a clear handprint appeared. Chu Sun was stunned by the slap. The other monstrous geniuses were also stunned. No one had expected that this ninth firmament True Yuan guy would be so arrogant, daring to slap another monstrous genius's face in front of so many monstrous geniuses. The crowd was in an uproar. This scene was really unexpected. A crisp sound rang out again. Zichen slapped Chu Sun again, and Chu Sun coughed up blood again. This time he spat out 2 white teeth. So shameless. There's no use in saving face, so I might as well just smash it into pieces. Zichen's voice was cold. His face was frosty, and his smile had long since disappeared. Chu Sun finally reacted, and his face turned even uglier. He had been slapped twice by a true Yuan realm kid. Now, there was no need to find an excuse. He could just kill him directly. His aura surged, and he was about to kill. Zichen's eyes were cold, and his face was gloomy. These people's shamelessness had completely infuriated him. He slapped Chu Sun twice again. Chu Sun's mouth was full of blood, and he could not even say a word. The aura that had just surged was directly dispersed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The one who had been slapped was a monstrous genius, not a cat or a dog. Moreover, there were a few monstrous geniuses beside him, and they were actually so aggressive. Stop! The other 3 monstrous geniuses finally reacted. Their eyes flashed coldly, and they rushed towards Zichen one after another. Swoosh! Martial Ancestor was the first to make a move. Streams of Yuan energy surged, and he grabbed towards Zichen. He opened his 5 fingers, and Yuan energy surged like a sharp light. Once he grabbed onto Zichen, his body would be cut open. Zichen turned his head, and his eyes flashed with disdain. He stretched out his right hand and stretched it forward. You're courting death. Martial Ancestor sneered. The Yuan energy on his 5 fingers spun faster, and he was about to cut Yi Shiwen's right hand. Clang! However, when the sharp light landed, it caused a clanging sound. Yi Shiwen's arm was terrifyingly tough, and it directly broke the sharp light. Then Yi Shiwen's arm was shaken away, and it went towards Martial Ancestor's face. Another slap. The sound was crisp and clear. Martial Ancestor was hit, and he spun 3 times to the right, and his head was dizzy. Such a blow was like being hit by an ancient beast. It resonated with his ears and eyes, and he saw stars. However, it was not over yet. Zichen backhanded another blow, and Martial Ancestor spun 3 times to the left. His body swayed, and he almost fell. This scene was truly too fast, causing people to be unable to react in time. At this moment, everyone was looking at this true energy realm young man in amazement. He was so miraculous that he had slapped another monster in the face. What was even more shocking was that he had shattered the monster's energy attack with a single blow. You're courting death. The Tsang family demon turned into a hurricane, and sharp wind blades cut through the air. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Zichen, and there were wind blades swirling in his hand. Clang! However, it was still the same. Sparks flew everywhere, and the wind blades were shattered. Zi-Chen's right hand shook gently, and the Tsang family demon was blown away, leaving him vulnerable. Pa! Yi Shiwen's right hand slapped down, and the wind blades surrounding him were scattered. This was a real slap to the face, and even the defensive light shield was shattered. Pa! Pa! Zi-Chen was very fast, and he slapped the Tsang family demon twice in a row. The Tsang family demon spat out blood and was directly sent flying. Another demon was sent flying, and it was so easy that it made everyone speechless. Boom! Zi-Chen turned to the side, and the leaf fire raged, and the horrifying heat spread out, burning everything. Liwa rushed towards Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen raised his right hand again, and this time there was a flash of golden light, and he directly reached into the leaf fire. You're courting death. Li's eyes were cold, and there was a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. The temperature of the leaf fire could burn everything, not to mention a hand. Even metal would melt in an instant. Boom! Zi-Chen reached into the leaf fire, and the golden light flashed. It was dazzling, and the leaf fire was instantly extinguished. Then the golden light scattered, and a slap landed on Liwa's face. The strong force made Liwa spin in circles, and he was hit until he was dizzy. Then, as the golden light flashed, Zi-Chen slapped Liwa twice again, and he was sent flying. In a moment, 3 flight geniuses were sent flying. The crowd was in an uproar, and they were extremely shocked. Who is he? With the strength of the 9th sky of true essence, he actually sent 3 flight geniuses flying. Everyone's heart trembled. Such a method was really terrifying. Even the geniuses nearby were dumbfounded. Although the 3 demons didn't use their full strength, the difference of 1 level was huge. A mere 9th sky of true essence shouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Qiong's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Wang Shi's body was surging with battle intent. The other demons couldn't calm down at this moment. In this battle, Zi-Chen was still holding Chu Sun, whose mouth was full of blood. His eyes were cold and gloomy. Aren't you shameless? Then I'll beat him up. Chu Sun's eyes were full of fear. He was held by Zi-Chen as if his life gate was grabbed, and the energy in his body couldn't rush out. Every time it appeared, it would be scattered by an unknown force. Slap, slap. Zi-Chen's attacks were casual and natural, but there was an inexplicable rhythm that sounded very pleasant. This was the invincible face-slapping technique. At this moment, it appeared in the world again, and it was shocking. Chu Sun's face instantly turned into a pig's head. There was no more blood in his mouth, but blood foam gushed out. His teeth were all knocked out. Stop! The 3 demons were all dizzy after being beaten by Zi-Chen. At this moment, they finally woke up and shouted, charging toward Zi-Chen. Buzz! The void trembled, and a spiritual weapon appeared, showing endless power. It turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Zi-Chen, filled with killing intent. Slap! With the last slap, Zi-Chen sent Chu Sun flying. Then he turned around and swept his cold gaze towards the 3 demons. He said coldly, "Since you are so shameless, then pay the price for your shamelessness." His body suddenly flashed with a golden light. He clenched his fist and punched towards the spiritual weapon in front of him, using his body to receive it. Everyone was shocked. This was obviously an extremely shocking scene. But Zi-Chen didn't want to be shocked, nor did he want to simply receive the spiritual weapon. As his fist landed, a golden light scattered. On the spiritual weapon, a cracking sound was heard and cracks appeared. Then, with a bang, the spiritual weapon exploded. A single punch had shattered the spiritual weapon. In the crowd, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. In this world, there was actually someone who could shatter a spiritual weapon with a single punch, and it was someone at the 9th level of true essence. Boom! Li fire was violent, covering the whole world and crazily pressing towards Zichen. At the same time, there was a sword of fire, full of killing intent. Zichen's body was surrounded by a golden light. He punched out, bringing along a large patch of golden light. The Li fire in the sky dissipated when it met the golden light. At the same time, the sword of fire was also shattered under the punch. A terrifying force rolled up, and the surrounding demons all retreated. In the distance, the spectators also retreated rapidly, wondering where this fierce person came from. He was too strong. Crack! The ground cracked, and huge cracks appeared, spreading towards the land of dead silence. The land of dead silence was previously filled with chilly winds, but after Zichen appeared, it became dead silent. The spirits no longer appeared, and even the chilly winds disappeared as if they had disappeared. Woo-woo! The chilly wind whistled, bringing with it sharp blades that cut through the air. The Tsang family demon rushed towards Zichen, launching a powerful attack. At the same time, a spiritual weapon bloomed with endless power and fell on Zichen's head. "You're courting death." Zichen snorted. His body suddenly exploded, bringing with it a large patch of golden light. He shattered the spiritual weapon with a single punch. At the same time, a large patch of golden light scattered, falling on the chilly wind like sharp blades. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. The sharp blades collided with the golden light, and waves of energy raged. Finally, the golden light suppressed the sharp blades, and a large patch of them dissipated. Swoosh! Chapter 352. This was an extremely terrifying scene. 3 freaks were flying in the air and fighting a cultivator at the 9th level of true essence, but they were actually being suppressed by him. All around, everyone was extremely shocked. This matter was too strange. Zichen was like a war god in golden armor. His battle strength was ferocious. Wherever his fist passed, everything was obliterated. Everything that came into contact with his fist was shattered. 3 spiritual weapons were broken, and the 3 freaks were heartbroken. Zichen's slap landed, and the Tsang family freak shouted. Wind blades swirled around him again as he retreated quickly. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flickered, and golden light flashed under his feet as he followed closely. Wind-rolling clouds. The Tsang family freak shouted, and the aura around him surged. He seemed to have turned into a hurricane, driving the energy of heaven and earth within a few thousand meters to gather with him as the center. This was an extremely powerful move. The hurricane rolled, and the space began to distort violently, as if it was being cut by sharp blades making a humming sound. Poof! Poof! Such a hurricane was truly terrifying. Everyone retreated in shock, but there were still 2 people who retreated too slowly. Their bodies were cut open by the sharp blades and blood flowed everywhere. Both of them were at the 9th level of true essence, but they didn't even manage to dodge for a second before they died. The cold wind howled, and a hurricane rose up into the sky like a gigantic tornado. Immediately after, sharp blades appeared, densely packed. There were at least tens of thousands of them, cutting towards Zichen. Each blade could cut through a 9th level of true essence, and at this moment there were tens of thousands of blades. Zichen's body flashed with golden light, and the blood in his body boiled. His perfect body was displayed, and he allowed the blades to cut him. Clang! 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 The blades slashed Zichen's body, splashing out endless sparks. The blades that could kill a 9th level of true essence couldn't cut through Zichen. The many sharp blades were either shattered by the golden light or knocked away. Zichen stood among the thousands of sharp blades and scathed. His strong defense was shocking. Boom! Finally, the energy around him surged, releasing endless golden light. A powerful aura burst out, and many blades shattered. Extreme Yang! With a loud shout, he formed a seal with his hands. A blazing golden light appeared, carrying with it a destructive aura unique to lightning as it rushed forward. The tornado that shot up into the sky was instantly destroyed by the golden light. The Song clan elite coughed up mouthfuls of blood as he retreated. This is ultimate energy. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, the leaf fire in the sky surged, burning the sky, causing the void to collapse. Liwa activated it with all his might, and the power of the leaf fire grew even stronger. Even the void could not withstand it. After that, the leaf fire in the sky condensed and turned into a sort of fire. It surged with endless light, and a terrifyingly high temperature caused ripples to appear in the space. Then, the sword of fire suddenly slashed down, leaving behind a pitch-black scar. The sword of fire cut open the void. Extreme Een. Zi-chun shouted again. He formed another seal with his hands, and a cold aura appeared. It shone with a golden light and rushed towards the leaf fire sword. Boom! With a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The leaf fire sword instantly disappeared, and endless flames filled the air. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The strongest attacks of the three elites could not suppress a level 9 true energy realm cultivator. Puff! Liwa coughed up mouthfuls of blood and was also sent flying. His eyes were also filled with shock. This is ultimate energy, he exclaimed in shock. In the end, the martial ancestor was also sent flying by Zi-chen's powerful attack and coughed up blood. He fought against 3 elites alone. His unparalleled combat strength was shocking. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed because many people recognized the ultimate energy. In the southern region, Zi-chen was the only one who had 2 types of ultimate energy and was still alive. Zi-chen, you're Zi-chen. Exclamations sounded like stormy waves, spreading throughout the entire place. Zi-chen. This was a shocking name that had brought about many miracles. A few years ago, he was born with great treasures. When he was in the true Qi realm, he was chased by the Imperial Sky realm. During this time, he had provoked many powerful forces, but he was still alive. Along the way, he had created one miracle after another. All of the great powers that provoked him lost all face, and several of their freaks were killed. This land of death had been formed because of his appearance. His sudden reversal of events had caused a huge commotion. 2 years ago, he killed hundreds of people from the major forces here. Among them, there were more than a dozen who were at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm and had the potential to break through to the Grandmaster level. Even the Array Master, Ma Yanqing, was killed by him, causing resentment to fill the sky and resentful spirits to breed. Every night, there would be resentful voices. These were the voices of resentful spirits. Zi-chen had not appeared for 2 years. Many people thought that he had died in that battle and was obliterated by the heavenly thunder. They never thought that he was still alive. And he had become even stronger. He was only at the level 9 true energy realm, but he had suppressed the 3 elites. Didn't you want to challenge me? Come on then. Zi-chen returned to his original appearance. His expression was cold and frosty. It's him. It's really him. Heavens, he hasn't appeared in 2 years. Now he's even stronger. Every time he appears, there will be a bloody storm and a massacre. Is the massacre going to happen today? Everyone's heart trembled. They were all guessing whether he would kill the 4 elites. Swoosh! Zi-chen was like a ray of light, displaying the world's fastest speed. He passed through the layers of attacks in an instant and arrived in front of Liwa. He reached out and slapped. Slap. This was a real slap to the face. With the world's fastest speed and unparalleled battle strength, Zi-chen suppressed all the elites. When he was at the true energy realm, no one dared to challenge Zi-chen unless they broke through to the Imperial Sky realm. But now that he had broken through to the Spirit Origin realm, Zi-chen had become even stronger. He had become even stronger and suppressed the Imperial Sky realm elites. Ah, Li was screamed. Li fire spewed out of his body, and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. Boom! He seemed to have gone berserk. The light of Li fire flickered, and endless yuan qi surged. However, he was still sent flying by Zichen's slap. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had lost all face. Zichen had defeated 3 elites in a row. It was shocking. Too terrifying. Even if he hasn't broken through to the spirit origin realm, he still has the strength to suppress the spirit origin realm elites. Could it be that he's a sky realm warrior? Wang Shi's eyes flashed. The elders of the family said that there are many sky realm warriors in the outside world, but they are not the strongest. Many people have killed sky realm warriors before. The outside world is really exciting. No, sky realm warriors are indeed strong, but Zichen is very special. He has the inheritance of the Wuji sect and powerful battle skills. That's the strongest. Wang Qiong shook his head. The Wuji sect was known as the strongest in the southern region. The 3 elites were defeated even after joining forces. As for Chu Sun, he was even more ashamed. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Previously, he had boasted that he could kill Zichen. Now that he saw Zichen's power, he finally understood the huge gap between them. Without seeing Zichen in action, no one could imagine how strong his battle prowess was. It was simply inhuman battle prowess. There were no flaws in his battle prowess. Aren't you shameless? Then tell me now, do you want to fight to the death with me, or do you want to spar? Zichen's voice was cold. He was very strong. He stepped forward and arrived in front of martial ancestor. Then a golden light flashed and he slapped. B's martial ancestor tried his best to dodge the attack, but it was useless. He was still sent flying in front of the world's fastest speed. He coughed up blood and looked very embarrassed. Then it was the Tsang family's elite who was also sent flying by Zichen. They were boasting that they could kill Zichen. Now that they joined forces, they were slapped like cats and dogs. Aren't you shameless? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Zichen shouted coldly and used the invincible divine face-slapping technique. The beautiful melody rang out once again. It was extremely clear and melodious, rising and falling as it rang out. It carried a certain type of charm that made people feel intoxicated. This was a very violent face-slapping. Blood spurted out and teeth fell. It was also very bloody. However, in Zichen's hands, violence had turned into art. It had a kind of beauty. Listening to the music and seeing the blood and teeth, it didn't feel strange at all. Instead, it made people's blood boil. Blood spurted out of their mouths. They couldn't faint even if they wanted to. Zichen controlled his strength very well. He didn't let them die, but he didn't let them faint either. Everyone's blood surged as they listened, but their minds were trembling. They all felt their cheeks burning. They all thought to themselves that they should never provoke this demon, Zichen. 2 years ago, he had taught them a lesson and caused so many people to die. 2 years later, the elite geniuses had taught people another lesson. Zichen shouldn't be provoked. The elite geniuses were dumbfounded. Zichen was too strong. His methods were always so unique. He was not only slapping the elite geniuses' faces, but also the big forces' faces. They once wondered if Zichen was the nemesis of the big forces. Why would the big forces be slapped in the face every time they provoked him? Boom! The 3 elite geniuses were about to die. However, at this moment, the sky trembled. A terrifying aura appeared, covering the sky and earth. It made people's hearts palpitate as if they were facing a vast heavenly power. This is the aura of a grandmaster. Everyone's expression changed. They never thought that there would be a grandmaster hidden in the dark. Now he finally made his move. At this moment, the sky was torn apart. A sky-covering palm print appeared with boundless pressure, sweeping down. This was the attack of a grandmaster. He used all his strength to destroy everything. Many people in the distance fell to the ground. unable to withstand the pressure. The void was shattered, and the palm print appeared. It was a few hundred meters large, blocking everything. It carried a destructive aura and fell on Zi-Chen's head. Humph! Zi-Chen looked up. Golden light surged around his body. He was like a god of war, resisting the Grandmaster's pressure. This was a scene that he had expected, and he was well prepared. A purple light flashed between his eyebrows. Then, the purple gourd hidden in his sea of consciousness opened and spat out a bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning appeared between Zi-Chen's eyebrows. It went berserk instantly, carrying the power to destroy the world. It was like a terrifying dragon. Chapter 353. There were ancestral masters hiding in the dark, waiting patiently. At this moment, they finally made a move and struck out a devastating blow. The crowd was in an uproar. This was obviously a trap to lure out Zi-Chen. The major forces were still unwilling to give up on Zi-Chen and were determined to kill him. When an ancestral master attacked, his attack could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing the void to collapse. Just when everyone thought that Zi-Chen was dead for sure, a silver light suddenly appeared on Zi-Chen's body. The silver light suddenly enlarged and turned into a lightning with an unparalleled destructive aura. It was like a dragon that could shatter the world. The dragon swung its tail, and the sky shattered. The lightning dragon flew up with shocking power and clashed with the terrifying palm print. Boom! It was like two Xing Chun colliding, and there was a loud explosion. The lightning exploded, and the destructive energy dissipated. A large area of the space collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared and spread in all directions. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and the palm print retreated like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. It was unbelievable that Zi-Chen had injured an ancestral master. What was that lightning? It was so powerful that it could even injure ancestral master. What a terrifying lightning! It's so powerful. The rain of blood fell from the sky. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Zi-Chen had injured an ancestral master. In the sky, the destructive energy dissipated, and there was nothing unusual. Zi-Chen stood there, motionless. His figure was tall and sturdy. The attack of the master level did not hurt him at all. Everyone's expression changed. Boom! The sky shook again, and a huge crack appeared. Another destructive palm print appeared, blocking the endless moonlight. The world was pitch black. Another ancestral master had made a move, and there was more than one. Boom! The void shattered again, and another palm print appeared. It was surrounded by endless flames and emitted a terrifying aura, and it fell on Zi-Chen. Buzz! Zi-Chen's forehead flashed with a dazzling brilliance. He opened the purple gourd, and two lightning bolts rushed out like two dragons. They turned into hundreds of meters long and flew up into the sky. Above the roaming dragon, there was a violent aura with a unique destructive aura of thunder and lightning. Dazzling silver light illuminated the heavens and the earth. Then the lightning struck the palm. Boom! Almost at the same time, the collision caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The two sky-covering palm prints retreated, and a rain of blood fell from the sky once more. Everyone was stupefied, completely stunned. Zi-Chen actually had more than one method that could injure a sect master. He actually had 3 bolts of lightning. Every bolt of lightning was a trump card. It was shocking that Zi-Chen had so many trump cards. Boom! Boom! The dome of heaven shook again and again, continuously shattering. The ancestor level was clearly unwilling to give up and struck out again. Everyone's expression changed. 5 palm prints appeared in the sky, which meant that there were at least 5 patriarchs in the dark. Humph! Looking at the 5 sky-covering palm imprints, Zi-Chen let out a cold snort. Light flashed between his eyebrows once again. This time, a total of 10 lightning bolts appeared. It was like 10 lightning dragons. The moment they appeared, they enlarged and filled the sky. Lightning flashed and went against the palm imprints. Rumble. A heaven-shaking explosion caused people to lose their hearing. A powerful energy shockwave spread out in all directions. Many rogue cultivators were sent flying by the shockwave. They were already very far away from the scene, but they were still thrown out. If they were on the scene, they would have been killed instantly. This time, Zichun was even more ruthless. He shot out 10 bolts of lightning, which exploded with a terrifying aura. More blood rained down from the sky, accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of a grandmaster. The 5 palm prints were withdrawn. When the energy dissipated, the heavens and earth became dead silent. The sect masters no longer attacked and completely hid themselves. It was as if they had never appeared. Only the rain of blood continued to fall. A few miles away, everyone was dumbfounded. Zichun was so powerful that he actually had such a trump card. Even the sect masters didn't dare to show themselves. Zichun stood at the bottom, looking around with disdain. Even the ancestor-level experts were pushed back. No one dared to look Zichun in the eye. Then he turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the flying monster. Bang! The Tsong family's monster, who had just dodged the energy wave, was sent flying by Zichun's palm. He coughed up blood. Slap! The Li family's monster was slapped by Zichun. He spun 3 or 4 times on the spot. His head was in a daze. Then he was slapped again and was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Bang! The martial ancestor's monster was kicked in the butt by Zichun and was sent flying. He was very embarrassed. As for the Chu family's monster, he had already been knocked out by the energy wave. They were completely suppressed by Zichun. They couldn't do anything at all. Unparalleled combat power was displayed at this moment. The sect masters didn't show up. Zichun had completely defeated the 4 monsters. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that the fierce battle between the flying monster would develop to such an extent. Zichun showed up and defeated them directly. Pum! Slap! Bang! Sounds were heard. Zichun's expression was cold as he launched one attack after another. In the dark, the sect masters didn't show up again. It was as if they had already left. Even when the monster's monster was beaten, they didn't have the slightest intention to help. Zichun's attacks were very decisive. He kept slapping the monster's faces. Pum! Finally, he was tired. He knocked the 3 of them out, but he didn't kill them. The murderous intent that shrouded him slowly dissipated. The radiance of the moon had disappeared at some point in time, and the sky had turned white. The land of dead silence became really dead. That night, the ghost didn't dare to show up. The voice that cursed Zichun's death also didn't appear. The 4 monstrous geniuses fainted one after another. Zichun appeared and created another glorious scene, shocking everyone. His gaze swept across the area, and his voice was ice-cold. 2 years ago, I was able to kill all of you once. 2 years later, I will be able to kill all of you a second time. No matter how deep your resentment is, even if you turn into vengeful spirits, you will still be destroyed. Golden light surged around his body, emitting a bright light. He was like a golden sun that illuminated the land. He was tall and majestic, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Everyone was speechless as they looked at this scene in shock. In the next moment, boundless golden light shot out from Zichun's glabella. He was like a Buddha as his glabella shone with golden light. This was to purify the vengeful spirits here. This is spiritual sense. Oh my God, Zichun is only in the true energy realm, but he has spiritual sense. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they exclaimed. Zichun's appearance had shocked them so much. At this moment, the appearance of spiritual sense caused another stir. The golden light descended, bringing with it a righteous aura that obliterated all things evil. The sinister aura in this deathly still land silently disappeared. Occasionally, there would be a shrill scream that chilled people's hearts. These were all vengeful spirits. Once they developed and grew, they would turn into ferocious spirits. These were evil things that would inevitably cause a great disaster in the future. The golden light fell, and wherever the powerful spiritual sense passed, everything would be destroyed. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the land of dead silence, all the gloomy aura disappeared. The sun shone and the world was warm. All the vengeful spirits were destroyed by spiritual sense. The battle of the monsters in the air came to an end. The land of dead silence disappeared, but no one left. Instead, more people appeared. In the sky, auras surged, and a powerful aura appeared. Those who came were all in the air. Obviously, the rumors were true. After the battle of the monsters would discuss whether to stay or leave. I missed a fierce battle. More people arrived. When they saw the 4 fainted monsters on the ground, their faces changed and they all sighed. Then they saw Zichen and their faces changed. If they looked down on Zichen before, then 2 years ago, Zichen's reputation had spread far and wide after he killed hundreds of people from the major forces. Even some of the monsters in the air were trembling. It's him. He really came out. Some of the insiders looked around, but they didn't see a Grandmaster. They were puzzled. The Grandmaster didn't attack Zichen. At this moment, a golden light appeared in the sky. It was very dazzling, and it reflected the golden light around Zichen. Feeling the dazzling golden light, Zichen looked up. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the distance, the golden light approached. After seeing Zichen, it also surged with a strong battle intent. In the golden light was a monk with a kind face and a solemn face. However, after seeing Zichen, his aura changed drastically. It was as if an enlightened monk had turned into an evil monk. The good and evil monk reappeared. It's you. Seeing Zichen, his kind eyes turned cold. It's you. Zichen's eyes also flashed coldly. Zichen remembered the humiliation back, then very clearly. The evil monk broke his bones, extorted vitality stones from him, and took away the fiery sword. Although he mistakenly threw a page of the heavenly book to him as trash, he didn't think that he had taken advantage of him. The golden light around Zichen's body shone brighter, and a surge of battle intent rose. The same was true for the monk. He gave a treasure to Zichen as trash and had always wanted to get it back. He had troubled Zichen many times, but he didn't succeed once. Boom! The aura around the two became completely violent. Then they rushed towards each other like 2 golden suns colliding. Damn monk! Zichen roared and punched with a large amount of golden light. Give me back my things. The monk also shouted angrily. He no longer looked merciful and pointed at Zichen. Boom! After the attack, the monk retreated in the air, while Zichen fell to the ground. They were actually evenly matched. Buzz! The void trembled. The monk took out a big bell. The golden light was dazzling, and in an instant it enlarged and shrouded Zichen with supreme pressure. This was a very unique spiritual weapon. It was very powerful, and as soon as it appeared, it made people's expressions change. The sound of the bell reverberated, shaking Zichen's mind, causing him to lose control of his mind. Then the bell fell, enveloping Zichen with a loud bang. Chapter 354. Return it to me, or I'll refine you alive. The monk roared and activated the bell. Golden light flashed and runes flowed. Many monks appeared on the bell. They looked solemn and seemed to be chanting sutras. He felt aggrieved. He had been chased by the assassins of the Assassin Pavilion for a long time. It was only when the Assassin Pavilion was destroyed that the chase came to an end. Killing Yukong in the battle that day was a misunderstanding. However, he had helped Zichen. Who would have thought that Zichen did not have any good intentions and had given him an empty spiritual ring? that had caused him to be in trouble. Moreover, Zi-Chun had joined forces with others to snatch his things back at Yongqi City. The monk felt aggrieved at the thought of this. He did not hold back at all. Clang! The bell rang, and Zi-Chun was trapped. Golden light flashed on the bell, and chanting could be heard. Many old monks were chanting sutras, and golden light flowed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This monk was too strong, wasn't he? He actually took away the arrogant Zi-Chun so easily. Return it to me. The monk roared. Chanting could be heard continuously. Runes flowed, and the old monks were chanting sutras. Golden light rushed into the bell. Clang! Clang! The bell rang again. It was ear-piercing, and golden ripples could be seen. Zi-Chun was trying his best to break the bell. The bell vibrated, and the runes on its surface dimmed. Even the old monks in it became illusory. Clang! The bell vibrated again, and the world shook as if it was going to soar into the sky. Amitabha. The monk sat cross-legged in the air. He chanted Buddha's name, and golden light flowed on his body. He started to control the bell to refine Zi-Chun. The bell rang, and the chanting could be heard. The runes and the old monks became clear as a strange energy surged. The group of monstrous geniuses were dumbfounded. The bell was only a spirit weapon, but Zi-Chun did not shatter it. Should we go up? Lu Bo asked with worry in his eyes. He was afraid that evil good and evil good would really refine Zi-Chun. No need. Wang Qiong shook his head, indicating that he would wait and see. Boom! With a loud rumble, the great bell trembled once again. Streaks of destructive golden light shot out in all directions. Boom! Boom! Within the bell, Zi-Chun exerted his full strength. His golden blood aura surged as he unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Outside, the bell trembled continuously. The old monk and the runes quickly dimmed. Clang! The final sound caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The entire bell soared into the sky. The old monk and the runes all disappeared, and Zi-Chun appeared. You damned monk, Zi-Chun roared. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He rushed forward and waved his golden fist towards the monk. Amitabha. The monk's expression was dignified. He didn't dodge or evade and pushed out a palm that carried endless golden light. Clang! Like the sound of metal clashing, it brought about a huge vibration. The two of them retreated one after the other. After that, he quickly rushed forward. The two of them were very fast, like two streaks of golden light. Other than flying in the air, no one could see the two of them clearly. Zi-Chun's fist could break and destroy everything. Even the spiritual weapon was shattered. However, it couldn't do anything to the monk, nor did it break the monk's spiritual weapon. From this, it could be seen that the monk was extraordinary. Extreme Een. Zi-Chun was going all out. He formed a seal with his hand and unleashed a terrifying attack. A dazzling golden light rushed towards the monk. Amitabha. The monk chanted the name of Buddha. His expression was dignified. A golden light shield appeared around his body. Runes flickered as the Buddhist protective divine art reappeared. Boom! The monk's strong defense allowed him to block the attack. However, he was sent flying by Zi-Chun for several miles. Soon, he turned into a ray of light and flew back. Ma. He opened his mouth and shouted. The Buddhist 6 syllables appeared with a strange fluctuation that entered one soul. At this moment, many cultivators screamed. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They fell into panic. Pung! Zi-Chun was also stunned for a moment. His spirit was impacted, and Tyrant seized the opportunity to send him flying with a palm strike. Give me back my things, and I'll let you go today. The monk stood in the air with a dignified expression. However, when he spoke, he looked like a merchant. Damn monk! Let's see who's the one who won't let go. Zi-Chun turned into a ray of golden light and rushed back. Then he attacked the monk with extreme speed. The sky shook and a large amount of golden light scattered. The two were locked in a fierce battle. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. The two's combat strength was abnormally terrifying. The monk was indeed powerful and awe-inspiring. However, the most terrifying one was Zichin. One had to know that he was only at the ninth sky of true essence. Once he broke through to the Zephyr realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Who would dare to provoke him? Boom! The more the two fought, the more courageous they became. They fought faster and faster, causing the world to tremble. In the blink of an eye, thousands of moves had passed. Moreover, they had no intention of stopping. Let's separate them. Let's talk about business first. Wang Qiong's eyes flashed as he suddenly said. Obviously, he already knew that the two would not be able to determine the winner in a short time. All right. Wu Mo also nodded his head. However, at this moment, his lazy face appeared extremely solemn. Stop! The two shouted and turned into two rays of light. Wang Qiong rushed towards the monk, while Wu Mo rushed towards Zichin. Stop! Let's talk nicely. While they were talking, the two blocked in front of them. However, they obviously had to take a blow from the two. Boom! The monk threw out a powerful palm that flashed with endless light. It rushed towards Wang Qiong. This was the mighty Vajra palm, which carried endless power. Wang Qiong's body flashed with green light. He stood in the air and blocked the attack. Surging energy swept out, wreaking havoc. However, Wang Qiong did not take a single step back. His body glowed with a brilliant green light as he forcefully blocked this attack. The crowd was in an uproar. Wang Qiong rarely fought. This was the first time he fought in front of everyone. They did not expect him to have such strength. He blocked the monk's attack. Pung! At this moment, Zichen's fist collided with Wu Mo's palm. In a loud sound, Zichin flew back. Wu Mo also flew back in the air. In between the two, a terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. Both sides retreated. There was not much difference. The crowd was shocked. They thought that Zichin and the monk were the strongest among the monstrous geniuses. They did not expect Wang Qiong and Wu Mo to block the two's attack. The other monstrous geniuses were also shocked. You are indeed Zichin. You are indeed powerful. You managed to injure me with just one blow. Wu Mo smiled as he shook his hands and resumed his lazy demeanor. All right, stop fighting, Wang Qiong said as he landed from the sky. That's right. Everyone stop. Lu Bo, Lu Qin, and the others also came forward. They looked at Zichin with smiles. With the appearance of so many monstrous geniuses, the monk also stopped and returned to normal. The golden light around him retracted. He became unusually merciful and descended from the sky. Zichin snorted coldly, but stopped as well. The few monstrous geniuses who fainted had also woken up. They stood in the distance and stared at Zichin with hatred. In addition, there were even more people who flew in the sky. It was simply a gathering. Zichin, congratulations on becoming stronger. Lu Bo came forward with a smile. I should be the one congratulating you. You've become a Zephyr. Zichin smiled. Then, the others came forward and greeted him. How's Lin Shui? Lu Qin of the Lu family came forward. Before he could speak, Zichin asked. She's doing well. She's been working hard on her cultivation. Lu Qin said. 2 years ago, the head of the Lu family, Lu Chen's father, took Lin Shui as his adopted daughter. Lin Shui stayed in the Lu family and cultivated in seclusion. Although her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, she was still one step away from becoming a Zephyr. Zichin, Zhang Haotian, came forward. When he saw Zichin, he was very excited. 2 years ago, Zichin left alone and didn't come with them. How are you and LV Peng? Yeah. Zhang Haotian nodded. Then, the 2 monstrous geniuses of the Qin family came forward. The older one was called Qin Shing, and the younger one was called Qin He. So many of you gathered here. You're not just here to watch a battle, right? Zi Qin looked at the monstrous geniuses. Of course not. We're here for business. What business? Zi Qin turned his head and asked curiously. Zhang Haotian shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He was only here to participate in the battle. First, we can't let this land of dead silence develop. That's why we're here. Of course, this is just a side trip. The most important thing is to decide whether to stay or leave. This time it was Wu Mo who spoke. Stay or leave. Zi Chen was stunned. That's right. Wu Mo nodded and said, There's an unwritten rule among the major forces. After the monstrous geniuses of the family break through to the Zephyr realm, they can go out and see the real southern region. What do you mean? Is this not the southern region? Zi Chen asked curiously. Of course not. Wu Mo smiled and said, This is just a small place. How can it be compared to the vast southern region? This is just a small area in the southern region. It's not even 1/10,000th of the southern region. Without the Zephyr realm, it's impossible to leave this place. Zi Chen was shocked. For him, the area of influence of the 7 major cities and 3 major sects was big enough. So far, he had only been to a few major cities. He couldn't imagine how big the entire southern region was. However, Su Long had said something similar before. It was better not to go out before reaching the Zephyr realm. Then, among your forces, there are monstrous geniuses of each generation who go out to explore. You must know a lot about the forces outside. How strong are they? Zhang Haotian asked. Obviously, he was very curious about the outside world. Reaching the Zephyr realm was almost the peak of this region. No one could do anything to them except for grandmasters. Before Zi Chen appeared, the Zephyr realm had not been killed for many years. Zhang Haotian's words made the monstrous geniuses of the major forces change their expressions. They said bitterly, the forces outside are very strong and there are many experts. Even if our monstrous geniuses go out, they will suffer heavy casualties. After so many years, there are too few who can come back alive. They only say that the outside world is very big and dangerous. As soon as the news came out, everyone blushed with shame. The monstrous geniuses of the major forces all had inherited killing skills and were very strong. If they went out, they would suffer heavy casualties. If they went out by Zephyr realm, they would be slaughtered. Then are you guys here to discuss when to leave? Zi Chen suddenly asked. No, there are many monstrous geniuses in this generation, and they broke through almost at the same time. Naturally, we have to leave. But before that, we have to go to the Saint Burial Ground. Chapter 355. The Holy Burial Ground. Zi Chen was startled by Wu Mo's words. Many people were startled. They had clearly never heard of this place. Only old Mo's heart trembled as he exclaimed, Holy Burial Ground! Elder Mo, you know that place. Zi Chen transmitted his voice using his spiritual sense. Who doesn't know about the Holy Burial Ground? Rumor is that it's second only to the Lightning Divine Hall in the Martial Heaven continent. Sighed Elder Mo, what's inside? It's rumored that other than the inheritance for becoming a god, everything else is inside. There are even supreme cultivation arts and inheritances. Rather than calling it a burial ground, it's better to call it a treasure land. Elder Mo sighed. Whether it's a burial ground or a treasure land, it's a dangerous place. The everlasting sect has existed for countless years and has many experts. But in that time, we've suffered 2 losses. The first time was when we entered the Holy Burial Ground. At that time, many of our experts died. If it weren't for the old master, we would have been annihilated. At that time, the everlasting sect's losses were disastrous. The other powers were eyeing them covetously. Later, the old master acted and intimidated the other powers, saving the everlasting sect. The second time they suffered a loss. Old Mo did not mention it, but Zi Chen could guess it. That time the entire sect was mobilized to attack the Lightning Divine Hall, and the everlasting sect disappeared from then on. That was 10,000 years ago. At that time, the old master that Old Amos spoke of had already disappeared. The Holy Burial Ground. Just from its name, it's a dangerous place, said Zichin. Their spiritual communication was very quick. He instantly learned everything. Of course it's dangerous. Wu Emos smiled, his gaze falling on Zichin. At the same time, a few other acquaintances also looked at Zichan with smiles on their faces. What are you looking at me for? Isn't it dangerous if I go? Of course it's dangerous. But if you go, it'll be less dangerous. This time it was Wang Qiong who spoke. What do you mean? Do you remember when the martial ancestors people chased you? Asked Wang Qiong. It's related to that. Someone said that you have the key to the Saint Burial Ground. Wang Qiong had a rare smile on his face. When the others heard this, their eyes sparkled as they stared at Zichin. Even Tyrant had a strange look on his face. I have the key. You mean? Zichen's expression changed, and he instantly thought of the black armor. Back then, the black armor was very ordinary. Other than saving his life once, there was nothing unusual about it. Many years later, Zichen's strength increased, and he cultivated spiritual thoughts. However, the black armor had long been forgotten in a corner. He never thought that it would be the key to the Holy Burial Ground. For a moment, Zichan was dumbfounded. The Saint Burial Ground was filled with treasures. Didn't that mean that he had the key to a place filled with treasures? As long as he opened it, there would be endless treasures waiting for him. The Saint Burial Ground is filled with danger. It's a danger zone with no chance of survival. It's impossible for there to be a key. If there really was a key, how could the old master not have sensed it back then? Said Elder Emo confidently. As for Zichin, he also asked him a question. The Saint Burial Ground is very mysterious. No one knows how it was formed. However, in this region, even the southern region, and even the entire Martial Heaven continent, the Saint Burial Ground is an extremely mysterious place. That place used to be a land of death. Even if there were many treasures, it was impossible to obtain them. However, a few thousand years ago, for some unknown reason, a change occurred in the Saint Burial Ground. Various tokens flew out of it, including a map to the Saint Burial Ground. In other words, the key to that place can reduce the danger, explained Wang Qiong. Over 20 years ago, the Nimbus Martial Ancestors Grand Elder was fortunate enough to find a token. However, he ended up fighting the Martial Ancestors people. In the end, the Martial Ancestors experts were annihilated. The Grand Elder returned, but his son and daughter-in-law died. He himself was heavily injured. Back then, it caused a huge commotion. The Martial Ancestor kept looking for the culprit. In the end, he suspected the Grand Elder, but he couldn't be sure. In the end, a few years ago, he acted and destroyed the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. If the information is correct, the item on you should be the key to the Saint Burial Ground. No one had paid attention to this matter in the past. However, this change in the Saint Burial Ground caused these dusty matters to be brought up once more. Several large powers had clearly learned of this matter through certain channels. Zichan was relieved. He finally understood everything. The black armor was the key to enter the Saint Burial Ground. The Thunderbolt Finger and 9 Fleeting Thunders were brought out from the Saint Burial Ground by the Grand Elder. In the battle back then, Su Mingyao's parents both died in battle. When the Grand Elder gave him the black armor, he seemed very casual about it, as if it was purely a defensive item. After that, he sent Su Mingyao and Lin Shui away, and arranged for Zichin to leave the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. It was obvious that he had guessed something. His original intention was to leave Zichin with a chance to survive. However, he never expected that Zichan would return with the rock and be hunted down. Many people in the air gathered around. Many of them didn't know the secret. When they heard the news, they were extremely shocked. It was no wonder that the Martial Ancestors people would go through so much trouble and even disregard their reputation to send people in the air to hunt down a kid in the true Qi realm. It turned out that it was for the token to enter the saint burial ground. They looked at Zi-chun with strange gazes, and in the dark there were even a few hidden murderous intents. Even if there is a token in the saint burial ground, there must be danger. Zi-chun asked. At this moment, he really wanted to take out the black armor to study it, but he resisted the impulse. He was afraid that if he took out the black armor, the ancestor-level experts in the dark would make a move. Of course there is danger. However, with the right path, the danger level will be much lower. Wang Qiong said. Zi-chun muttered to himself, seemingly a little worried. Don't worry. We entered the saint burial ground this time because something happened. The seal loosened a little, and the saint burial ground appeared. During this time, no one will harm you. This is the first time the saint burial ground has appeared in the past 20 years. We discussed and decided to go there first. If we can find something, we can guarantee our lives when we get out. Let me think about it. Moreover, I can't be sure whether that thing is a real map or not. It is still in the corner of the spatial spirit ring. Zi-chen's words made everyone speechless. Such a precious thing was actually abandoned in the corner of the spatial spirit ring. Okay, we will wait for your news. After that, the group left. Soon, the news of the saint burial ground spread in this area. Moreover, it was rumored that Zi-chen had obtained the token of the saint burial ground. A few years ago, the martial ancestor sent people to kill Zi-chen, so it was because of the token of the saint burial ground. With the token, one can enter the saint burial ground and search for treasures. I didn't expect Zi-chen to be so lucky. He even has such a thing. Isn't that right? Zi-chen has too many treasures on him. Is he a heaven's pride? Why does he always get the favor of the heavens? He even has the token of the saint burial ground. The news spread out on the same day, causing an uproar. Zi-chen, take out the token of the saint burial ground and share it with us. That's right. This thing is not something that you can have alone. Zi-chen was in Yongqi City. More cultivators heard the news and rushed over. Moreover, voices of dissatisfaction sounded out. Zi-chen's expression changed when he heard the news. No wonder the martial ancestors, people did not attack him and snatch the black armor. It turned out that they wanted to let the world know that he could share the black armor. If the black armor was really the token, it would be fine. However, if Zi-chen could not take out the real token, he would offend everyone. Most people were selfish and greedy. Zi-chen could imagine the consequences if he could not take out the real token. More and more cultivators gathered in Yongqi City. Among them, there was no lack of spiritual origin realm cultivators. Everyone was talking about Zi-chen and the key. If it was said that many rogue cultivators defended Zi-chen before, then after this incident, everyone remained neutral. If Zi-chen did not share the black armor, he would offend the world. These big forces are really good at scheming. In the room, Zi-chen's voice was cold. Obviously, this was the doing of those people who were hostile to him. Then let's hurry up and see if the black armor is the token to enter the saint burial ground, Elder Hiroshi said. With a flash of brilliance, the black armor appeared. It was like a scale armor. It was polished very brightly. There were lines all over it, like lines of runes flickering. The black armor was as black as ink. Its material was unknown, but it was very hard, far stronger than a spiritual weapon. Zi-chen could not crush it with his strength. Moreover, there was no reaction when he activated the energy in his body. Golden spiritual sense came out of his body like a flame, burning fiercely and calcining the black armor. In the next moment, Zi-chen felt that something was wrong with the black armor. It was a complicated pattern like a road map, crisscrossing and extremely mysterious. It's really a road map. It seems to be real. Zi-chen shared the road map with Elder Hiroshi. The latter was amazed. The flame of spiritual sense burned continuously, and the road map became clearer and clearer. The road map was very complicated and the design was very wide. It was like there was a boundless space, but it was incomplete. Many had been cut off halfway. There should be more than one piece of this black armor. Once all of them are gathered, they will form a perfect pattern to enter the depths of the saint burial ground, Elder Hiroshi said, very shocked. The raging fire of spiritual sense burned and finally completely refined the black armor. Chi! A streak of resplendent fiery light shot out, and the black armor became sparkling and translucent. The blazing fiery light turned from black to scarlet red, and on the surface of the armor, brilliance circulated. Symbols formed an area, and within them was a complete road map that led straight to the depths. The black armor completely changed, becoming extremely red and containing a terrifying heat. If Zi-chan had not refined it, his perfect body would not have been able to withstand it. This piece of armor was also a rare treasure. Among the many lines, the most obvious one was the path to the depths. With a flash of brilliance, Zi-chan put away the armor piece and fell into deep thought. This armor piece was a precious treasure, and he must not share it. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to a disaster. But when Zi-chan walked out of the room and came to the street, he was completely dumbfounded. Almost all the cultivators in several major cities had gathered here, and the voices of sharing sounded like a monstrous wave. There were many rogue cultivators, more than tens of thousands, and they all spoke with great momentum. Chapter 356. There were a lot of rogue cultivators, and with the help of the big powers, the clamor for sharing was very loud and could not be suppressed at all. Zi-chan had no choice but to agree. On the same day, Zi-chan announced that he would share the keepsake after entering the saint burial ground. Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect Zi-chan to really agree, and confirmed that he had the keepsake, which shocked everyone. Many rogue cultivators were very happy when they heard this. This was clearly an opportunity, and Zi-chan was willing to share it with them, which made them both surprised and happy. When some of the big powers heard this, their faces changed, and their expressions became complicated. The news spread quickly, and more people arrived, waiting to head to the saint burial ground. It was rumored that there was a saint buried there, and its mystery was second only to the lightning divine palace. No one knew what a saint was, but it was a very, very strong existence. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Why should we believe you? The keepsake is with you, and if you run away, where are we going to find you? Hand over the keepsake first, and let us keep it. We will give it to you when we depart. That's right, this is a serious matter, and we have no reason to believe you. The keepsake should be shared, and everyone should keep it together, not with you. It is rumored that the saint burial ground is a saint's burial ground, and there are pale weapons as common as cabbages. We cannot believe you. Hand over the keepsake, and everyone will keep it together. After Zi-chan's announcement, many people were looking forward to the day of departure. But a few days later, there were dissatisfied voices shouting for Zi-chan to hand over the keepsake. That is the saint burial ground, and there are many treasures there. What reason do we have to believe him? We can only ask him to hand over the keepsake. That's right, it is said that there is a pill inside, and once consumed, one can break through to the spirit origin realm and become a high and mighty Yukong. The pill weapons there are as common as cabbages, and they are the most worthless. Moreover, the most miraculous one is a supreme treasure pill. Once consumed, one can successfully break through to the ancestor realm, successfully deceiving the heavens, and even the heavenly lightning tribulation can be avoided. That is the burial ground of a saint. It is said that a single breath from a saint can destroy a large power. It is normal for miracles to happen. This matter is of great importance. We have no reason to trust Zi-chan. After the discontent, Yongchi City added many other voices. Many people asserted that there were many precious pills inside, as many as cabbages. After swallowing the treasure pill, one would be at the ancestor level. With a pill weapon, one would have great battle prowess. Everyone was moved, and the anticipation in their hearts became even more urgent. That's the burial ground of a saint. We have no reason to believe that Zi-Chen would lead us there and share the token. There's no reason to trust him. The real token should be given to someone we trust. That's right. We should find a respectable person and let him hold the token. More voices rang out. Many rogue cultivators were dissatisfied with the current expectations. They didn't want to entrust their destiny of breaking through to the ancestor realm to others. Gossip was a fearful thing. Previously, no one had believed it. They had thought that it was a conspiracy against Zi-Chen. But as more and more people spoke out, everyone gradually believed it. There were precious pills in the burial ground. Just one pill could allow one to break through to the ancestor realm. More and more people believed it. After that, the rogue cultivators in the city began to fight for their own destiny. Zi-Chen, hand over the token. We have already found a respectable old man. He is also a rogue cultivator. Give the token to him. We only trust him. It was better to believe it than not. When tens of thousands of people were saying the same thing, even a lie would become the truth. Such voices became louder and louder. In the end, they formed a torrent that constantly attacked Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen, come out. Hand over the token. Otherwise, you will be going against the world. All sorts of voices rang out, resounding throughout Yongqi City. Moreover, more and more people were looking for Zi-Chen in Yongqi City for the chance to obtain a precious pill and become an ancestor realm master. They searched all the inns, from big restaurants to small houses. The power of the masses was very strong. For the sake of the precious pills and pill weapons, everyone had gone crazy. Zi-Chen had been hiding for many years, and many great powers had not been able to find him. However, in just 3 short days, he had been discovered by the masses. Everyone was like a tide, rushing to the inn where Zi-Chen was. Boom! On the same day, a battle broke out. A rogue cultivator attacked and fought fiercely with Zi-Chen. In the end, he was defeated. Zi-Chen escaped from the torrent. Zi-Chen, what do you mean? Are you looking down on rogue cultivators just because you are strong? Don't forget that you are also a rogue cultivator. When you were chased by the major forces, we were the ones who supported you. I didn't expect you to bully us now. We just asked you to hand over the token. We will keep it together. We didn't say that we will take it for ourselves. Don't be too selfish. Zi-Chen's battle strength was unparalleled. Even a group of freaks was defeated. Many rogue cultivators knew that they were no match for him, so they didn't choose to use force. Instead, they stood on the moral high ground and condemned Zi-Chen. The entire Yongqi city was filled with voices condemning Zi-Chen, forming a torrent of condemnation. At this moment, Zi-Chen had become the public enemy of the world. No one made a move. More people chose to fight a war of words. They wanted to drown Zi-Chen with the saliva of the people. Treasure pill? Just one pill and you'll be able to break through to the Grandmaster level? What a load of nonsense. Elder M.O. was infuriated when he heard the news. If there was such a precious pill in the world, what was the point of cultivating? Elixir weapons are comparable to cabbages. This is nonsense. Even spirit weapons are not cabbages. How can elixir weapons be cabbages? These people are really brainless. Elder Hiroshi roared. Humph, it must be these people again. Zi-Chen's eyes flashed coldly. The voices of suppression grew louder and louder. Zi-Chen didn't get tired of it and entered the Liu family. The Liu family was a large force with many experts. No one came to behave atrociously. Even if they knew that Zi-Chen had entered the Liu family, they could only stay outside. The Liu family invited Zi-Chen in, but many rogue cultivators were blocked outside. They didn't dare to behave atrociously in front of the Liu family. Zi-Chen, you really forgot the pain after the scar healed. We looked up to you before and thought that you were the representative of rogue cultivators. I didn't expect you to join a large force. How shameless. We trusted you so much. I didn't expect you to be a despicable person. For a mere token, you joined a large force. Zi-Chin, you have disappointed us too much. All kinds of condemnation sounded continuously. Zi-Chin was invited into the Liu family. He was very polite, and a group of monsters was there. Zhang Haoyan, the Qin brothers, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Wu Mo, Lu Bo, and the others were all there. To Zi-Chen's surprise, Evil Good Monk was also there. He still had that sanctimonious and compassionate look, which made Zi-Chen very unhappy. Zi-Chen, you really can keep your composure. It's so noisy outside, and you still have the mood to come here to relax. Could it be that you got a treasure pill and want to share some with us? Wu Mo was the first to tease. Why can't I keep my composure? It's just a few shameless forces. Go ahead and shout, the louder the better. Zi-Chen smiled and said, when the time comes, I'll give each of you 10 treasure pills. After saying that, the crowd burst into laughter. These rogue cultivators are greedy by nature. They are so easily used by others. They are simply brainless people. How can there be such a treasure pill in the world? Even if there is, it's hard to find. How can it be as common as cabbages? Wang Shi said coldly, we should kill one to warn the others and let them completely wake up. A few days ago, you shouldn't have held back and directly killed Yukong. A bunch of greedy people. Why should we pity them? Zhang Haotian said coldly. He was cold and ruthless, and he had a pitiful number of friends. He was a friend of life and death with Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Haotian's method was extreme, but it was reasonable. It was not impossible to kill one to warn the others, but it was not time yet. Zi-Chen. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. Hearing that Zi-Chen had arrived, Xue Lin came out of her seclusion. She was like a green lotus, elegant and refined. Her face was stunning, her waist was slender, and her body was slender. She turned into a green light and rushed towards Zi-Chen. You're finally here. A faint fragrance wafted over. Her 2 arms hooked around Zi-Chen's neck like a swing. She hung on Zi-Chen's body, ignoring the strange expressions of the surrounding people. Schwer. The 2 hugged. Zi-Chen called out softly. He had only seen Lin Xue once in the ruins. For her safety, he had only taken a quick glance and didn't recognize her. They hadn't seen each other for many years. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, Lin Xue was the top beauty of the outer sect, and he was just a little cultivator who was working hard for the Zhanqi Dan. Lin Xue was interested in him, but he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. At that time, he was called a fool by Lin Xue. Even Miao Kong was disappointed and taught him some other methods. For example, he pushed her and let him seize the opportunity. After the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, they had not seen each other for many years. During this time, they had only seen each other in a hurry. Now they finally met. Sai, let's go. This kind of scene is really unbearable. Wu Mo sighed and turned to leave. He looked at Lu Chen and snorted. What are you snorting about? She's my sister. Lu Chen glared at Wu Mo. Little Butterball was very simple and honest, but everyone thought that he was interested in Lin Xue. How affectionate. How touching. The others also laughed strangely. The 2 reunited. No one wanted to disturb them and left. Monk also chanted and left. He didn't ask Zi-Chen for the heavenly book. Only Wang Qiong's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word. After glaring at Zi-Chen, he turned and left. He didn't like Zi-Chen's character. After seeing Lin Xue, the 2 had a lot to talk about. During this time, no one disturbed them. Chapter 357. Seeing Zi-Chen, Lin Xue was very happy and emotional. She was crying and laughing at the same time, telling him the pain in her heart. Her father was killed, her family was massacred, and Lin Xue had been living in self-blame. She was very bitter in her heart, and only by cultivating in seclusion could she forget this pain. This hatred must be avenged. Zi-Chen said coldly. He already knew who the murderer was. Gang Chud Songli, how is Sister Meng Yao? Lin Shui asked, her eyes filled with longing. After that day, the two had not seen each other. Zi-Chen shook his head. I haven't seen her yet, but I think she's fine. The Floating Mist sect is very special. Even the Heavenly Kill Alliance was forced to retreat. Back then, when the Heavenly Kill Alliance was defeated at the Floating Mist sect, he had also heard about it. The Heavenly Kill Pavilion's plan to use Su Mengyao to threaten Su Long had completely failed, so they had to settle for the next best thing, using Lin Shui to threaten him. I've heard about your matter. The current situation is very unfavorable for you. Everyone in the world sees you as an enemy. It's okay, it's just a scheme of the big forces. These rogue cultivators were just bewitched. I have a way to deal with them. After that, the two chatted for a long time, and finally they talked about the Saint Burial Ground. I've obtained Qing Nu's inheritance, and it's very extraordinary. Once I fully comprehend it, my battle strength will be very strong. I don't need anything else for now. Lin Shui said, indicating that she would not go to the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground is very dangerous. Even if you have a token, it's still very dangerous. You have to be careful. The Saint Burial Ground was full of treasures. It was said that even pill weapons were equivalent to trash there. Supreme treasure pills were everywhere, and once consumed, one would be at the ancestor level. They would not even need to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation, which made everyone crazy. Moreover, it was a hidden place. Unless something happened, it would never appear. The last time was 20 years ago, and the next time, it might be 1,000 years later. No one wanted to miss it. The voices of condemnation were getting louder and louder. At this moment, even many higher heaven realm experts joined in. Didn't you say that many tokens that lead to the holy burial ground have appeared? Why is everyone so fixated on mine? Zi-Chen asked the question in his heart. There were quite a few of these things in the past, but there was a limit to the number of times they could be used. They have long been damaged and can no longer be used. So far, you are the only one who has the route map. Furthermore, you must have also noticed that this route map can change at any time. Even copying it is impossible. Zi-Chen nodded. His original intention was to draw the circuit diagram, but he found that the circuit diagram was constantly changing, so he couldn't draw it accurately. Previously, everyone was just guessing. They didn't dare to confirm that you really had the route map. Now that you've spoken in such a high-profile manner, many forces are relieved. Although they won't do anything to you, they will definitely cause you some trouble. Lu Chen said. Back then, the Lu family had also obtained a token, but it was destroyed after using it once. Moreover, the gains were not great. Although this region couldn't be said to be completely united, important matters related to the holy burial ground still had to be discussed. No one could monopolize it. Zi-Chen had learned this from his conversation with Lu Chen. In the past, it had always been the major powers that had gone. There had never been a chance for rogue cultivators. Now that Zi-Chen had obtained a token, it could be considered an exception. It was also because of this that rogue cultivators believed in the legend of the treasure pill. That was because the holy burial ground was known as the most mysterious place on the Martial Heaven continent. I have already said that I'll bring everyone with me. I guarantee that we'll share the tokens when the time comes, Zi-Chen said as the wandering cultivator's clamor grew louder and louder. However, his words were quickly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. We don't believe you. You can only hand over the token. That's right. We've already found a person of virtue and prestige. Hand the token to him. We only believe in him. You've already joined a major power. We won't believe a despicable person like you. Only by handing over the token will we believe you. Zi-Chen's voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Following the bewitchment of the major powers, the clamor reached a peak. Even though Zi-Chen was in the Lu family, there were still cultivators attacking the Liu family. Although there was no bloodshed, the clamor of condemnation had reached a peak. "It's about time." Zi Chen's voice was icy. Killing intent filled his eyes as he walked out of the Liu family. Outside the Liu family was a huge martial practice field. Today it was packed with rogue cultivators. They were all condemning Zi Chen. "Zi Chen has come out. That despicable person has finally come out. He should have been kicked out by the Liu family." How could such a despicable person be worthy of the Liu family? Everyone cried out in surprise. Then, a wave of voices rang out. "Despicable person, hand over the token. Otherwise, Yongqi City will have no place for you. We won't let you off." A ninth heaven stage true energy cultivator stood up, condemning Zi Chen. Swoosh! Zi Chen's eyes were cold. He pointed with one hand, and a cold light appeared. With a dense killing intent, he pointed at the center of the opponent's eyebrows. Puff! With a soft sound, blood appeared between the cultivator's eyebrows. His eyes dimmed as he fell to the ground, dead. There was a lot of noise, and the scene was very chaotic. However, after the cultivator fell to the ground dead, the scene suddenly became quiet. Zi Chen acted decisively and killed the cultivator. All around there was a deathly silence. The clamoring voices had disappeared. Previously, although Zi Chen also acted, he was careful and did not kill. Everyone was greedy and ignored Zi Chen's strength, thinking that he would not dare to kill. At this moment, in front of the bloody corpse, the surroundings were quiet. "Zi Chen, what do you mean? Do you think you can kill everyone just because you're strong?" A ninth heaven stage true energy cultivator walked out. A powerful aura surged around him as he condemned. "Don't forget that when you were chased by the big forces, we were the ones who always supported you." "What did you support me for?" Zi Chen sneered. "Did you support the reward for catching me?" Taking a step forward, Zi Chen pointed again, and a golden light flashed. Pop! Like a blooming blood flower, a bloody hole appeared between the cultivator's eyebrows. His eyes were full of shock. Another person died. "Zi Chen, what do you mean by this? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong?" Another person stood up. "Don't tell me you've forgotten the days when you were chased like a dog by the major powers. Now, you think you're invincible after joining the major powers? Don't forget, if they can kill you once, they can kill you a second time. We're the only ones who support you. As long as you hand over the token, we will always support you." The two people appeared one after another. They were both ninth heaven stage experts. Pop! Pop! Zi Chen didn't say anything. A cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He pointed twice, and the two fell to the ground dead. The crowd was in an uproar. Zi Chen was determined to kill. His actions were decisive and ruthless, and he didn't explain anything at all. "Is there anyone else?" After killing 4 people in a row, Zi Chen shocked everyone. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked around. Everyone was shocked. This was the rhythm of killing. Back then, Zi Chen killed hundreds of experts from the big forces without blinking an eye. The number of cultivators who died at his hands was more than 1,000. He could be said to be a real demon king. At this moment, the demon king was crazy, and there was only killing intent in his eyes. "Zi Chen, you've really sided with a great power, and now you're attacking us? Have you forgotten how we supported you? Don't tell me that you're going to turn against us over a mere token?" A voice rang out in the darkness. It was illusory, flickering left and right, and it was hard to tell what it was. Pop! Zi Chen leaped up, and a cold light flashed in his hand. A sharp blade slashed forward, and in a flash, another person fell into a pool of blood. Zi Chen landed and looked around. "I want to ask everyone, when I, Zi Chen, was being hunted, how did you help me? How did you support me?" Around them, no one spoke. Many people lowered their heads. When Zi Chen was being hunted down, most of them were just there to watch the show. They had heard the sensational news, but if they wanted to support or help him, it would be pure rumors. We hoped that you wouldn't die. The strong power of will allowed you to create miracles time and time again. That's why we helped you. Now that you've joined the big forces, you're turning your back on us. Are you still human? The voice in the dark said again, still illusory. Pop Zichen attacked again, and another attack landed. Among the crowd, a person fell to the ground, blood gushing out from between his eyebrows. If you have the ability, come out and speak. Don't hide in the dark. That's the behavior of a scoundrel, Zichen coldly said. Power of will. What is this power of will? It's such an illusory thing. Are you cursing me to die, or are you trying to let me live? Only you know. I believe that there are some among you who don't want me to die, but it's definitely not you. Zichen's voice was cold, filled with boundless killing intent. These people were indeed shameless. They even dared to talk about the illusory power of will. If hope could come true, then Zichen would have been cursed to death after so many years. The land of dead silence appeared because of him. Vengeful spirits appeared, but Zichen was still alive. Humph, you're really an ingrate, heartless, and unscrupulous. To think that we were praying that you wouldn't die. Pop Zichen attacked again, his voice cold. You were praying for me to die, right? We didn't want you to die before, but seeing that you colluded with the big forces for a mere token, we cursed you to die. Pop, the golden light fell, and a flower of blood bloomed. Zichen coldly laughed. A mere token, don't make you sound so noble. I've already said that I'll bring you there. Why are you so aggressive? Who doesn't know how to speak empty words? Why should we believe you? We only believe in the respected seniors. You'd better hand over the token. Pop, the sharp blade fell, and another person died. Zichen acted decisively, shocking everyone. If you don't believe me, why should I believe you? This is originally mine. Why should I hand it over? If you don't believe me, just leave. Zichen spoke. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Zichen answered everyone's questions, but only after killing one person. Every time he answered, the person who asked before would inevitably die. Such methods made people tremble. You think that you're strong enough to not put us rogue cultivators in your eyes? Have you forgotten that you were once a weak, rogue cultivator? Pop, another golden light fell, and Zichen killed another person before answering, I'll say it again. I'll bring you to the saint burial ground, and we'll share the token. Why should we believe you? Pop, another person died, and everyone's heart trembled. Zichen spoke. Don't let these men of sacrifice die. Whoever wants to snatch my token, come out yourself. Zichen was very strong and said proudly, let me tell you, if you want me to hand over the token, you're dreaming. Now, if you're not convinced, you can come up. If you're strong enough, I can give it to you. But if you're not strong enough, you'd better leave early. Humph, what an arrogant junior. Underscore. Chapter 358. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a cold man with a powerful aura around him as he walked toward Zichen. How arrogant. You obviously don't want to take everyone to the saint's burial ground, but you still make it sound so dignified. Yukong said coldly, since you shamelessly think that force can solve everything, then I'll meet you. A surging aura swept out, and a pressure that traveled through the air wreaked havoc towards Zichen. Yukong wanted to fight. Everyone's heart palpitated as they retreated, leaving the square and watching from afar. Haha, what a good inverting of right and wrong. I, Zichen, have stated many times that I want to take everyone there, but you insist on forcing me to hand over the token and say that I'm shameless. Zichen was so angry that he laughed and said, since you think so, then come. Let's solve everything with force. Arrogant. Yukong shouted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for killing you. Boom! The sky trembled, and a terrifying killing intent dissipated. A huge palm print fell towards Zichen's head, bringing with it endless pressure. "You're not qualified." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light, filled with killing intent. He formed a seal with his hands, and golden light flashed. The seal was simple, but contained endless mystery, dazzling everyone. "Extreme Yang," Zichen roared. The moment he made his move, it was a powerful move. A bright golden light appeared in front of Zichen. It was abnormally hot, representing the ultimate energy, and was full of destructive aura. This was the extreme Yang energy, with the aura of thunder and lightning. Its power was unimaginable, and it directly went against the sky. Boom! Extreme Yang rushed past, and a terrifying aura rolled out. Yukong's palm print was instantly shattered, and at the same time Yukong himself was also knocked back, coughing up blood. Yukong was injured by Zichen in one blow, and his face was full of shock. Wang. At this moment, the void trembled, and a spirit weapon appeared. It carried endless power and attacked Zichen. Light flashed between heaven and earth, and the spirit weapon came with extreme speed, emitting a piercing, killing intent. Like a ray of light, it pierced toward Zichen's forehead. Swoosh! In front of Zichen, with a flash of brilliance, a dazzling golden longsword appeared. This was also a spirit weapon. Back then, after Su Long had added in the diamond stone, he had specially refined it. Its quality was very high, and it was abnormally sharp. Crack! Under his spiritual sense, the golden spirit weapon turned into a streak of golden lightning and rushed past, directly slashing the spirit weapon that was flying in the air. Yukong's expression changed as he retreated in midair. Blood once again flowed out from his mouth. He did not expect Zichen to be so powerful. After 2 consecutive attacks, he had suffered losses. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen's powerful spiritual senses swept over. The spirit weapon rushed towards the other party at an extremely fast speed, and a terrifying aura instantly wreaked havoc. The spirit weapon's speed was very fast as it chased after him. "No!" Yukong exclaimed. His eyes were filled with fear. The energy in his body surged crazily, wanting to block this attack. Pooh! The golden light rushed down, bringing with it a large amount of blood rain. The quality of the spirit weapon was very high, and it was extremely sharp. Yu Tian was instantly split into 2, and all the various methods he used were unable to block this move. Zichen killed the enemy cleanly. Below, the crowd was completely dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with fear. 3 attacks. In just 3 attacks, he killed a Yu Tian. Zichen's unparalleled combat power shocked the world. Even the Yu Tian was slashed. He stood on the square like a killing god, his eyes cold and emotionless. "Whoever wants my keepsake, come up." The crowd was frightened. Who dared to come up? After being swept by Zichen's eyes, they all involuntarily retreated. "Humph, no wonder you are so arrogant. So you are relying on your strength. But no matter how strong you are just a small true energy realm." After Zichen finished speaking, a Yu Tian walked out, his eyes cold. Zichen cleanly killed a Yu Tian, and there was still someone who dared to appear. Obviously, he thought that he was extraordinary. The other party appeared, and he was very powerful. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." The other party stood in the air, but he did not use any combat skills. Instead, a bright light gushed out from between his eyebrows. This was the light of spiritual sense. It was the foundation of the spirit origin realm, and it could kill any true energy realm cultivator. Swoosh! His spiritual sense swept out, and like a flash of lightning, he rushed towards Zichen. This was a spiritual attack, and it was very direct. Few people in the world could withstand it. "You want to compete with my spiritual sense? You are courting death." Zichen was not afraid at all, and a golden flash of lightning also rushed out from between his eyebrows, rushing towards the other party's spiritual sense. This was a battle of spiritual senses, and it was very dangerous. If one was not careful, he might become an idiot, or his spiritual sense would be destroyed. Arg! The two spiritual senses collided, and the cold man instantly screamed. He felt a sharp pain in between his eyebrows, and he quickly withdrew his powerful spiritual sense as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Your spiritual sense is so strong. The other party's expression changed, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked very scary. He knew that Zi-Chen was extraordinary, and that he could cultivate spiritual sense at the true energy realm, but he never expected that his spiritual sense would be so strong that it could injure him severely. Since he dared to show up, he naturally had the confidence to kill the enemy, but he was still defeated. The other party was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his spiritual sense was damaged. Knowing that he was no match for Yi Shiwen, he turned around and left. I will send you to hell. Zi-Chen's voice was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. His powerful spiritual sense swept out again, and like a flash of lightning, it rushed towards the other party. The cold man screamed again, and his spiritual sense was damaged. Blood gushed out from his 7 orifices. Rumble. As if thunder had exploded in his mind, the terrifying golden spiritual sense ravaged everything, instantly obliterating the other party's spiritual sense. The next moment, the latter fell to the ground, and his vitality was gone. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and he died. Everyone was shocked, and they retreated again as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Zi-Chen, who was in the true energy realm, killed a flying cultivator with his spiritual sense. Everyone was frightened. Who else? Zi-Chen shouted, and his cold eyes swept across the crowd. Swoosh! At this moment, the void suddenly split open, and a dark figure appeared behind Zi-Chen. There was also a sharp blade, and a cold light flashed as it pierced toward Zi-Chen's forehead. A sure kill attack from the heavenly slaughter pavilion. Humph! Zi-Chen snorted coldly, and his eyes swept over, dodging to the side. At the same time, his golden fist surged, and he was about to shatter the spiritual weapon. Boom! The sky shook again, and the void split open again. Another dark figure rushed out, holding a sharp blade in his hand, and surrounded Zi-Chen, slashing towards him. The sudden change made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. They never thought that 2 flying cultivators from the heavenly slaughter pavilion would appear at this time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Golden light flashed under Zi-Chen's feet, and the 9 lightning flashes appeared. It was like a ray of light wandering between the 2's sharp attacks. Cold light flashed, and streaks of sharp sword chi appeared. The 2 joined forces, and their attacks formed an inescapable net, determined to kill Zi-Chen. The sky trembled, and a terrifying aura surged. Clang! Clang! During this time, Zi-Chen continuously attacked, and his golden fist landed on the spiritual weapon, causing clanging sounds. Swoosh! In the end, 2 cold lights flashed past Zi-Chen's body, cutting off 2 pieces of his sleeves. Failing to kill, the 2 were very decisive. They hid in the void and wanted to escape. After all, Zi-Chen's battle strength was there, and they were no match for him in a head-on battle. Where do you think you're going? Zi-Chen shouted, and his voice was like thunder. He controlled the spiritual weapon, and it turned into a golden lightning, slashing forward. On the other hand, he held his fist and punched out 2 resplendent fist auras. Boom! The sky shook, and a surge of energy rolled. The 2 who had just hidden in the void were once again shaken out by Zi-Chen, and they were in a sorry state. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 2 held their swords and rushed towards Zi-Chen decisively. Extreme Een. Zi-Chen's hand formed a seal, and a glaring golden light appeared, rushing towards the other party, causing a loud sound. Extreme Yang. Soon, Zichen struck out with extreme yang again. This was an extremely terrifying technique, and it had unimaginable power. Once cultivated to the limit, this attack could split the heaven and earth. The two powerful techniques, struck out with extreme energy, were extremely terrifying. When such an attack landed, the black figure in the sky suddenly trembled, and then his body fell straight to the ground. During this period of time, his spirit weapon and his body were all torn apart, falling from the sky. Puff! At the same time, Zichen's powerful spiritual sense controlled the spiritual weapon to destroy everything. After more than 10 lightning-like exchanges, the other Zutian was also killed, and endless blood rained down. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The two Zishins were killed by Zichen even when they joined forces. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts trembled. At this moment, Zichen was like a murderous demon. His gaze was cold and emotionless. Everyone's hearts turned cold, and they didn't dare to clamor. They had been relying on the fact that Zichen didn't dare to kill them. That was because there were too many wandering cultivators. Just Yongchi City alone had tens of thousands of them. But now, Zichen clearly didn't care. No one dared to say anything, and no one dared to condemn Zichen. In the martial heaven continent, the strong were respected. This was the law of survival. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. What treasure pills? What pill weapons? What keepsake? You had to be alive to get them. Zichen had attacked a wandering cultivator. Both sides had completely fallen out. At this moment, many people were panicking. If Zichen really didn't bring them along, they would be finished. Is there anyone else? Zichen's voice was ice cold. He was like a killing god standing in the plaza. The wandering cultivators had long since been scared out of their wits. The stronger ones had long since understood everything. Naturally, they wouldn't attack. Those who dared to attack now were the major powers that had enmity with Zichen. How domineering. If you don't want to bring wandering cultivators, then just say it. Since you're killing people here, let's meet you. Boom! The void trembled, and 4 terrifying auras appeared. They were 4 Zukians. Although they were all at the early stage of the Zukians, their combined strength couldn't be underestimated. The auras of the 4 of them seemed to have merged into one, stirring up space. Ripples spread out, and a terrifying pressure descended. Everyone was shocked. The 4 Zukians had joined forces. They clearly knew some joint attacks. This was already beyond the scope of wandering cultivators. Only major powers could nurture them. Humph! Zichen coldly snorted. His body shone with a golden light as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. His chi and blood surged, and his perfect body provided endless energy. The ground suddenly trembled. Zichen soared into the air, waving his fists. With a large amount of golden light, he charged toward one of the Zukians. What is he doing? He's taking the initiative to kill the 4 Zukians. Chapter 359. For figures appeared in midair. Zichen's body shone with golden light as he took the initiative to attack, causing everyone's expression to change. However, those who knew were relieved. This was a joint attack technique. If one wanted to break it, they had to attack first. The 4 figures ambushed Zichen. Not only was the latter not afraid, he even charged forward. Under his perfect form, Zichen directly flew hundreds of meters and attacked one of them. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled as the void trembled. One of the figures was sent flying by Zichen, coughing up blood. He took the initiative to attack, gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. He broke the joint attack technique in one strike, surprising everyone. Clang! 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 At the same time, 3 spirit weapons appeared, carrying endless killing intent. They landed on Zichen's body, but one was missing. The joint attack technique was not complete. It was only a slightly stronger attack, but it did not break through his defense. It exploded with clanging sounds and countless sparks. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Just how strong was Zi Chen's constitution? Even the spirit weapons could not break through his defense. Bang! As if it was unstoppable, Zi Chen punched out. Golden light flashed, instantly shattering a spirit weapon. The fragments danced in the air like hidden weapons, shooting in all directions. Miserable cries rang out as cultivators fell to the ground, one after another. Pa! Zi Chen punched out again. Like lightning, another spirit weapon was shattered, turning into cold light that shot in all directions. Another wave of miserable cries rang out. Swoosh! The last spirit weapon was controlled by Zi Chen's will. It was cut in two and fell from the sky, sinking into the ground. All of this happened very quickly, like a flash of lightning. Without the spirit weapon, the combined attack technique completely collapsed. Boom! During this time, Zi Chen fought fiercely with 3 people, erupting with sounds of explosions. He fought 1 against 3 without showing any signs of defeat. His battle strength surged, and golden light dyed the horizon. Puffed, blood splattered. When the 4th person rushed up, another was sent flying. The joint attack could not be formed. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Zi Chen was like an ape, constantly leaping and attacking Yukong. Every time they exchanged blows, Yukong would be sent flying. The 4 of them had originally planned to launch a joint attack in the air, but at this moment, Zi Chen had forcefully destroyed their advantage. Zi Chen had been through 9 thunder tribulations along the way. Every single time, he had been on the brink of death. Using the heavenly thunder to refine his body, he had undergone metamorphosis after metamorphosis. Right now, fighting against 4 Zephyrs was a piece of cake. Pooh! In the sky, blood rained down. After fighting for such a long time, the 4 Sky Warriors were coughing up blood, but the joint attack still hadn't appeared. On the other hand, Zi Chen didn't seem to be panting at all. He kept leaping into the sky, jumping hundreds of meters high and launching powerful attacks. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zi Chen was too powerful. His battle prowess was unparalleled, capable of obliterating everything. The blood on Yukong's body had already turned into a rain of blood. On the other hand, Yukong's body was shining with a golden light without any injuries. Green Peak Seal! Zi Chen yelled as a seal appeared in his hand. The sky shook as a huge golden seal appeared, carrying a mountain-like aura. Runes flowed on its surface as it smashed towards one of the Sky Warriors. Boom! Yukong was smashed away, coughing up blood. The joint attack they had just formed was broken again. The 4 of them were helpless. Although they had powerful attacking skills, they couldn't use them. Green Peak Cut! A rain of blood splattered everywhere as a golden blade flashed past, almost chopping off half of Yu's body. The sharp blade slashed across his shoulder armor, and fresh red blood appeared. This was an extremely shocking scene. Zi Chen, with his true essence 9th sky strength, had actually blocked the attacks of 4 early Sky Warriors. His battle prowess was simply unbelievable. Spiritual thought combination attack, kill him! The 4 of them were all injured. If this continued, they would definitely die. At this moment, they were determined to use their spiritual thought combination attack. Everyone's spiritual thought was different. It was impossible to combine them, even if it was a joint attack. If they tried to combine them forcefully, even with the help of secret arts, they would still be injured and need a long time to recover. But at this moment, the 4 obviously couldn't care less. Buzz! The void trembled as 4 spiritual thoughts appeared. Like 4 lightning bolts, they fused in the air and turned into a dazzling light. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. This was the combination of spiritual thoughts, which had incredible power. The moment it appeared, the faces of the Sky Warriors changed. Then, the dazzling light flew towards Zi Chen. Swoosh! Between Zi Chen's eyebrows, golden light shone. His powerful spiritual thoughts also rushed out and collided with the dazzling light. This was a silent collision, but it was very dangerous. Zi Chen's body trembled as he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. His spiritual thoughts were injured. Along the way, Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts had also been baptized by the thunder calamity. It had undergone many transformations and was very powerful. At this moment, the 4 sky warriors joined forces and combined their spiritual thoughts, but they still couldn't suppress him. Swoosh! The dazzling light trembled in the air and was almost separated. The 4 sky warriors all shouted. Zi Chen's powerful spiritual thoughts were beyond their imagination. The 4 of them joined forces, and the dazzling light flashed again. 4 into 1, like a dazzling lightning bolt, rushed toward Zi Chen. "Open for me!" Zi Chen roared. The spiritual thoughts between his eyebrows came out of his body and dyed the boundless golden light. Another silent collision. Zi Chen retreated more than 10 meters. His face became pale. The golden spiritual thoughts rushed back, causing his mind to buzz and tremble. Looking at the sky again, the dazzling light was divided into 4 and turned back. The 4 sky warriors screamed, bleeding from their 7 orifices. How is it possible? The fusion of the spiritual thoughts of the combined attack technique increases the power by several times. But it was blocked by Zi Chen. Is he really only in the true energy realm? Why is his spiritual thoughts so powerful? Everyone's face changed. Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts were beyond imagination. The 4 sky warriors couldn't suppress it. Extreme Yang, Zi Chen roared. His eyes were full of killing intent. A blazing golden light rushed out and rushed into the sky. Puff! Wherever the golden light passed, there was a murderous aura. Endless blood spilled. The injured sky warriors couldn't resist the powerful blow. The sky warriors were split in half, and their bodies fell from the sky. Extreme Yin. The golden light flashed again. It was still the ultimate energy, but the aura became completely different. Another sky warrior was cut down and blood rained down. 2 of the 4 sky warriors were cut down in the blink of an eye. The other 2 were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their spiritual thoughts and body and mind were seriously injured. At this moment, they couldn't run even if they wanted to. Boom! The aura rolled, and a huge, mountain-like seal appeared. It was flowing with golden light. The runes on the surface flashed and fell down. The seal could destroy everything. It was the killing technique of Yunxia City, and its power was unparalleled. Boom! The seal was like a mountain, and its aura was terrifying. It could destroy everything. The heavily injured sky warriors were instantly smashed into pieces, turning into a pile of flesh and blood and falling from the sky. Zi Chen was extremely powerful. He killed several sky warriors. Everyone was scared. At this moment, only one of the 4 sky warriors was left. Swoosh! But this person didn't live for long. A golden light slashed down and split the sky warriors in half, killing them on the spot. It was Zi Chen's golden spiritual weapon. It was indestructible and of high quality. The 4 sky warriors, who knew the art of joint attack, were killed. No one was left alive. The surroundings were dead silent. No one said a word. One by one, they looked at Zi Chen in horror. He was like a murderous demon, standing on the spot. It made people's hearts tremble and the soles of their feet cold. The inborn experts who were clamoring before were even trembling. Is there anyone else who thinks that the token is not worthy of being in my hands? Zi Chen's voice was cold. His cold eyes swept around. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Zi Chen. Those bloody corpses were a lesson. And each of them was strong. They were all sky warriors. No one wants to take your token. We just want you to hand it over and let a reputable rogue cultivator keep it. At this moment, a voice sounded. Swoosh! Zi Chen's cold eyes glanced over. Then he pointed with one hand. A golden sword chi appeared and pierced through the man's forehead. This is mine. Why should I let others keep it? If you don't believe me, why should I believe you? Zi Chen explained coldly, and the person who spoke was already dead. Everyone's heart trembled and no longer spoke. Just like how you don't trust us, we don't trust you either. However, this senior loose cultivator of virtue and prestige was jointly elected by all of us loose cultivators. His character is guaranteed. An illusory voice rang out. It was sometimes left and sometimes right, and it resounded through the square. It was hard to fathom. Zichen flew up. His eyes flashed coldly. A golden sword chi fell to the crowd. In the next moment, a true energy realm cultivator fell to the ground. I've said it before. This is mine. Those who don't believe me can leave. Zi Chen's eyes swept across the crowd. And I'll emphasize again, this is mine. Only I can distribute it. If anyone wants to interfere, show me your strength. Zi Chen, you're really overbearing. We're telling the truth. We're not from any big force. Are you going to kill people who speak the truth? With a flash of golden light, the man died. Zi Chen said coldly, I'll kill anyone who speaks, no matter what they say. If you want to say that I'm overbearing, then I'll be overbearing for once. Zi Chen glanced at everyone and said, From now on, if anyone says another word and helps me distribute the token, I'll enter the saint burial ground with the big forces. As for you guys, you're not related to me. You can go wherever you want. These threatening words caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Too overbearing. That was what everyone thought, but no one dared to say it. You're so overbearing. A voice sounded in the crowd, making everyone's expression change. Zi Chen killed the man and said coldly, Those who still speak now obviously have ulterior motives. You don't want to let all of you go. Next, if I hear another word of nonsense, don't even think about sharing the token with me. You. A voice sounded in the crowd, but it was quickly suppressed. Many rogue cultivators rushed up. You're F***king, trying to kill us. You really have ulterior motives. Many rogue cultivators attacked. It was like a sea of people, drowning the man in an instant. Zi Chen knew. Another voice rang out, but it was suppressed once again. Many rogue cultivators attacked viciously, directly going for the kill. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were killed. The rogue cultivators went crazy. Obviously, they knew that they were being used. It was related to their future. Their eyes were red, and their killing intent was monstrous. The instigator of the big forces was finally suppressed and no longer spoke. Overbearing indeed.